posted the updated list of speakers. We have 36 speakers for this morning. If anyone else would like to request the floor and is not in this list, please feel free to approach our protocol officers, and we will add you in the list as well. If someone who is in this list is not yet in the room, whenever they come back, you can let us know, and we will put you in the same order as the floor was requested. So without further ado, let me pass it over to our Vice Chair so he can start the Head of Delegation statements this morning.
Good morning and welcome back to the plenary this morning. And before we start with Head of Delegation's statements, may I kindly ask that we confine our statement this morning to technical, mechanical issues of the objectives of the fund rather than swing it to the political side of things. The Assembly will now continue with Agenda Item 10, Statements by Head of Delegation. I now give the floor to Cambodia. Cambodia, you have the floor.
Do you need to turn up the microphone?
Hear me? Okay. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the Government of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Global Environment Facility Secretariat for excellent organization of the 8th GEF Assembly here in the historic city of Samarkand. Cambodia highly values the leadership, partnership, and continued support of the Global Environment Facility in advancing global environmental action. For more than 3 decades, the GEF has played a formative, transformative role in supporting countries to address pressing environmental challenges while promoting sustainable development and improving the well-being of community. Cambodia fully aligned with the GEF 9 vision of healthy planet, healthy people, and welcome its integrated and people-centered approach to achieving global environmental benefits. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing an unprecedented convergence of environmental challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, and water stress. These interconnected crises threaten the ecosystem, livelihood, food security, and sustainable development. Addressing them requires strengthened international cooperation, solidarity, and collective action. Cambodia is enriched with the global significant natural assets, including forests, wetland, freshwater ecosystem, coastal and marine resources, which provide essential ecosystem service and support livelihood of millions of people. With the support from the GEF, its partner, and guided by the Cambodia Circular Strategy on Environment built upon the pillar of clean, green, and sustainable, the royal government continues to strengthen environmental governance, biodiversity, climate change, sustainable land management, and pollution control. We also advancing national nature-based solutions and community participation to ensure environment protection contribute directly to socio-economic development and human well-being. GEF's support also strengthened Cambodia's implementation of the Rio Convention and other multilateral agreements, including NDC 3.0 and updated National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia remains highly vulnerable to climate change and environmental degradation. Cambodia wishes to emphasize the grant-based financing remains critically important. Predictable, accessible, and non-debt creating financial support is essential for Cambodia as well as developing countries to meet the global environmental commitment while advancing national development priorities. In this regard, Cambodia strongly supports an ambitious and adequately resourced GEF 9 replenishment that responds to the growing scale and urgency of global environmental challenges. We also encourage continued effort to simplify access procedures, strengthen country ownership, enhance capacity building, and ensure that resources reach those the most in need. Cambodia reaffirmed its commitment to working closely with the GEF, its agency, development partner, and the stakeholders to advance greener, cleaner, more resilient, and inclusive for the present and the future generation. I thank you.
To turn it off. Thank you, Cambodia. Next on the list, we have Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all of you. I wish to thank on behalf of Bangladesh, all of our partners for this great arrangement by Uzbekistan and GEF. Yesterday, the inaugural ceremony was very remarkable, and it was a message to all of us, what we need to do and not to do. The artists of Indonesia performed excellent. They presented the total scenario, how global environment pollution are going on. Initially, we saw that everything is running smooth. Aquatic system, our diversity, everything is in order. All of a sudden, human act, construction, destruction, and human interference make it difficult for all of us. So that was a brilliant delivery by Indonesian artist. I really appreciate, and I appreciate all of you to give them a big round of applause for their great delivery on this stage. They have done well done yesterday in their performance, and they presented the total scenario. Present government of Bangladesh, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Tariq Rahman, we are working nature-based solution, ecosystem-based adaptation, and sustainable development goal we are fixing. We have already decided to planting 50 million trees every year and 250 million trees by next 5 years. So that is a target to reduce our temperature, rain, and also other ecosystem restoration. We have decided to plantation for mangrove trees to store more carbon and also protect the coastal area from the cyclone, storm, and all this disaster. Our government also decided to go for canal excavation for 20,000 kilometers next 5 years. It will improve our ecosystem, irrigation, food security, and also for the farmers, it will be a big advantage for the community. We are trying to go for the renewable energy. We have decided to go for 10,000 megawatt solar energy and also focusing other renewable sector. Waste to energy. So these are the area we are focusing to fight back with the situation. You know that GEF is now, GEF 9 is focusing more on pollution mitigation and restoration of biodiversity. We know that unplanned industrialization is a big problem for us. We need support for effluent treatment plant, ETP, and also industrial waste like washing plant, tannery, to protect our planet, protect our area, and protect our industry. Source of pollution we have already identified, so we need support, particularly that area, to fix it. You know, Bangladesh is a country, we are having more than 180 million people in 50,000 square mile. So it is very difficult for us to manage the space and the pollution because of the overpopulated country. Dhaka city, our capital, it's having more than 180 million to 200, it's around 25 million people living in Dhaka city. So it is overpopulated. So this is the area we are facing big problem, and we need all of his support to fix our environment, especially pollution. In our Dhaka city, we got 3 rivers, which is already destroyed by washing plant and tannery industry pollution. So we need to fix this problem, because if we fix the source of pollution, then end of the day, we can fix it. And we hope that in future, GEF 9 and their agencies will focus more on local-based solution rather than, fixing from the headquarters or from other sources. It is very important. If you are focusing to the point, then we can fix it immediately. And we hope that together, all of us can work for a better tomorrow for us and for our future generation. I thank you, all of you, and really appreciate all of your support for Bangladesh. Let's work together for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now give the floor to Palau.
Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Ali and warm greetings from the Republic of Palau. I express my profound gratitude to the government and the people of Uzbekistan for hosting us here in historic Samarkand. It is moving to gather at this ancient crossroads of connectivity to forge a shared, resilient path towards our global commons. We meet under an urgent mandate. We are in the last sprint towards 2030. For large ocean states like Palau, this sprint is a daily race against rising sea levels, accelerating biodiversity loss, and compounding climate impacts. Palau has always understood that our survival depends on the health of our environment. Fostering sustainable economic growth through a sustainable blue economy lens mirrors our own national philosophy, that we do not have to choose between our environment and our prosperity. Rather, one is the foundation for the other. To bring this philosophy to life, we are pioneering a whole-of-island approach that seamlessly links land and sea. We are revitalizing traditional farming systems to strengthen local food security while protecting vital watersheds. Simultaneously, through integrated marine spatial planning, we are managing our fisheries resources to ensure they remain both ecologically resilient and economically viable. We cannot protect our ocean without managing our land, and we cannot secure long-term prosperity without a resilient ecosystem. Our commitment to this balance extends beyond our own shores. In January 2024, Palau was proud to become the first nation in the world to ratify the historic BB&J agreement. As we push toward the first COP in January 2027, we emphasize that the health of the high seas directly impacts coastal communities and migratory pelagic species. We call on the GEF to ensure that the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and GEF 9 strategic directions provide robust, direct, and streamlined financing to help small island developing states operationalize this landmark treaty. As we shape the strategic priorities for the GEF 9 replenishment cycle, Palau urges this assembly to focus on two operational shifts. Number one, policy coherence. Financing must incentivize integrated projects that prove conservation and economic production are mutually reinforcing, simultaneously delivering on climate adaptation and sustainable food systems. Number two, simplified access. To win this last sprint, the GEF and its implementing agencies must deliver resources with the speed and agility that community-level realities demand, stripping away disproportionate bureaucratic hurdles for vulnerable nations. Let us use this assembly not merely to chart a path, but to accelerate our pace. Our people, our islands, and our shared planet cannot afford for us to walk. We must run together. Thank you. Oman Sulang.
Thank you, Palau. I give the floor to Tunisia.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Tunisia, I wish at the outset to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of Uzbekistan for the warm welcome extended to us in this legendary city of Samarkand, a historical crossroad of cultures, knowledge, and beliefs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia is affected by the growing environmental challenges resulting from climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, threatening our food security, our water security, public health, economic and social well-being, with significant economic repercussions on agriculture, infrastructure, and tourism. Land degradation, desertification, and drought continue to pose significant challenges. At the same time, rising sea level continues threatening our coastal cities and infrastructure, and the severe flooding occurring in January this year as a consequence of the heaviest rainfall since 70 years, particularly highlighted the threat and vulnerability. In view of the importance of these issues, Tunisia has actively committed to mobilizing all efforts and resources to develop and implement national strategies and action plans. Thus, we initiated a number of initiatives such as the Green Corridor and the Blue Coast, based on national environmental strategies, and we are working with sector and region to address priority issues and challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate GEF family for the 9th replenishment, and we seize this opportunity to thank GEF and all donors. We particularly commend the decision of Uzbekistan to contribute to GEF 9 replenishment as first Central Asia country. As financing action to ensure a sustainable environment is challenging us, Tunisia, while strongly calling for maintaining the GEF's core identity as a grant-based facility, is motivated to use blended finance in order to more involve private sector in the environmental action and financing. In this regard, we would like to stress the importance of technical support to ensure effective participation and action for the private sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are convinced that the GEF's role is unique and essential. With a mandate to support the global environmental conventions, the GEF remains the mechanism that addresses the triple planetary crisis in an integrated and inclusive manner, ensuring its undeniable added value in the evolving multilateral landscape of financial institutions. We call for continuous improvement of the GEF and commit Tunisia's support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tunisia. I'll now give the floor to Brazil.
Good morning. Thank you, Co-Chair, Excellencies, colleagues. At a time when the international community faces increasingly complex environmental challenges, Brazil wishes to reaffirm its strong commitment to multilateral cooperation. Despite the need to address development challenges at home, Brazil has made a significant effort to once again participate in the replenishment process, both as a recipient country and a donor country. Our contribution for this new cycle more than doubled, and it is the highest contribution Brazil has ever made to the GEF. At the same time, it is a source of concern to us, the declining contributions among several traditional donors. This trend is aggravated by a wider contraction on ODA and rapidly increasing in global military expenditures, reflecting imbalances in the international priorities that risk weakening our collective capacity to respond to shared environmental challenges. Strengthening multilateralism requires renewed political commitment to solidarity, international cooperation, and adequate provision of means of implementation for all developing countries. Brazil attaches great importance to the GEF as the financial mechanism of 6 multilateral environmental agreements. Over the years, through concessional and grant resources, the GEF has played a key role in advancing global environmental goals by enabling developing countries to implement their own commitments under these conventions. After welcoming the UNFCCC COP in Belém last November, earlier this year, Brazil hosted the 15 meetings of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species. Recognizing the important role of migratory species to biodiversity, CMS parties reaffirmed the importance of engagement with the GEF. While the GEF is not the financial mechanism of CMS, parties called to a strengthening dialogue on ways to improve opportunities for the GEF to support activities under the Convention. A presidency of CMS COP15, Brazil stands ready to help building bridges between CMS and the GEF. Excellencies, Brazil welcomes important innovations introduced under GEF9 with respect to indigenous peoples and local communities. We commend the establishment of the target of 20% for projects with IPLCs, the allocations of $100 million to the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, the proposal of a new policy on engagement with IPLCs, as well as the inclusion of engagement with IPLCs among criteria for agency expansion. These developments are particularly relevant in a global context, still marked by historical inequalities and the enduring legacy of colonialism. Environmental action must be guided by principles of equity and justice, in particular by those addressing the disproportionate impacts of environmental degradation and climate risks on historically marginalized populations. In this regard, Brazil highlights the Belém Declaration on Fighting Environmental Racism, launched at COP30 and still open to new signatories, as a call to strengthen the intersection between environmental action and promotion of ethnic and racial equality. Brazil also welcomes the decision to establish a working group to discuss the governance of the GEF. We hope this process will allow for open and balanced discussions on ways to make the decision-making process of the facility more representative of developing countries who hold the key to overcome the current environmental crisis. It is in the Global South, where megadiverse countries are mainly located, that we will still find important forest coverage and coastal ecosystems that act as carbon sinks. It is important that countries with the greatest potential to generate environmental benefits at scale have their voices reflected in the direction and priorities of the institutions. With regards to GEF9 goal to shift towards greater mobilization of private capital and philanthropy, we view this development positively, provided that such resources do not substitute traditional donor contributions in line with their obligation under international environmental law and the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. GEF must preserve its comparative advantage among environmental funds, that is, its ability to provide grant-based and concessional financing to developing countries. In conclusion, Brazil believes that an appropriate balance in GEF9 is essential to ensuring that facility remains responsive to the growing environmental challenges and the needs for all developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now give the floor to Barbados.
Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to bring greetings from the Honourable Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley of Barbados and the people of Barbados, and to thank the government and people of Uzbekistan and the city of Samarkand for the warmth and hospitality extended to us during our stay. Barbados stands before this Assembly as a committed partner in advancing the global environmental agenda. We recognize and appreciate the important role that the Global Environment Facility has played in supporting biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, and sustainable development across small island developing states. For Barbados and indeed the wider Caribbean, climate change is not a future threat. It is a present reality. We are already experiencing in Barbados sea level rise, influxes of sargassum, which are altering the nearshore water quality, impacting our attractiveness as a tourism destination, and reducing some of our fish stock by over 70%. We're experiencing coastal erosion along all of our coasts, water scarcity, biodiversity loss, and growing threats to food security and livelihoods. Our ecosystems are not simply environmental assets. They are our natural infrastructure, protecting our communities, sustaining our economy, and strengthening our resilience. We value this partnership. At the same time, we must speak candidly. The challenge we face is not one of commitment. Rather, it is that the current financial architecture is not yet adequately designed to respond to the realities and vulnerabilities of small island developing states. While financing exists within the GEF system, access to those resources is too often constrained by complex procedures, lengthy approval processes, and delayed disbursements. For vulnerable countries, time matters. Delays in accessing resources results in delays in protecting coastlines, restoring ecosystems, strengthening water security, and building resilience. Put simply, finance that arrives too late cannot deliver the impact that is urgently needed. We therefore call for simplified access procedures, more efficient approval processes, faster disbursement mechanisms, and financing modalities that are appropriately tailored to the circumstances of small island developing states. Chair, another critical challenge is capacity. Small administrations are expected to manage multiple projects, reporting obligations, procurement requirements, and commitments under several multilateral environmental agreements simultaneously. Capacity support must therefore be viewed not as an optional add-on, but as a fundamental investment in effective implementation, accountability, and measurable results. We have experienced the consequences of these challenges firsthand. Barbados encountered delays in preparing its 7th national report under the Convention on Biological Diversity due to the late project startup and delays in funding disbursement. Similar experiences across the Caribbean have contributed to the underrepresentation of SIDS perspectives, data, and experiences in global biodiversity assessments. In this regard, Barbados notes that SIDS concerns and priorities do not appear to be sufficiently reflected in the 71st GEF Council papers. As discussions continue, we encourage greater consideration of the unique circumstances, challenges, and needs of SIDS within GEF policy and programming processes. This is not a reflection of weak commitment. Rather, it is evidence of systemic constraints that require systemic solutions. Effective implementation also depends on strong partnerships. Delivery mechanisms must be responsive, adequately resourced, and grounded in national realities. Local institutions must be empowered, national priorities respected, and coordination strengthened to ensure that investments achieve lasting impact. Chair and colleagues, Barbados contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we bear a disproportionate share of climate impacts while operating with limited fiscal space and facing high adaptation costs. The effect of Hurricane Beryl last year on our fisheries sector served as a recent reminder of this vulnerability. Between 75% to 90% of our active fishing fleet was destroyed, and because the fishing industry forms a socio-economic backbone of our coastal communities, the destruction instantly jeopardized the livelihoods of over 2,500 fisherfolk, vendors, and processors. Our call, therefore, is not for preferential treatment. It is a call for equity, effectiveness, and fairness. As discussions on the next GEF replenishment move forward, we must ensure that the unique circumstances of SIDS are fully reflected in policy decisions, resource allocation, and program design. A replenishment that is responsive to vulnerability, capable of delivering resources in a timely manner, and accessible to those most in need will strengthen not only the resilience of SIDS, but also the effectiveness and credibility of the GEF as a global financing mechanism. Barbados remains ready to partner, to lead, and to deliver. But to do so effectively, the global environment financing mechanism must be accessible, timely, responsive, equitable, and above all, fit for purpose in a climate-constrained world. I thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. I now give the floor to Tanzania.
Chairperson, distinguished ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start by conveying heartfelt greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President and the people of our beautiful United Republic of Tanzania. I would then like to take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of Uzbekistan for warm welcome and hospitality since our arrival in this beautiful historical city of Samarkand. Please also allow me to thank and commend the GEF Secretariat for their tireless effort and stewardship in making all technical and logistic arrangements which made 8th Assembly of GEF reality. From time to time, GEF has made significant strides in improving its policies and procedures to enable effective access and utilization of funds as appropriate. Some notable policy and procedures changes worthily noting include an increase of cap for medium-sized projects from $2 million United States dollar to $5 million US dollar, which may be approved by COs based on delegate authority provided by the Council. Streamlining the GEF project cycle with the objective of reducing transaction costs and facilitating faster access to GEF resources by countries, and harmonization of process and practices with those of the Green Climate Fund, GCF. As one of the beneficiaries countries to GEF, Tanzania welcomes such improvement in view to enhance flexibility, easy access of funds, and timely execution of the project matching with the times bound as various regional and international framework related to environment conservation and climate change. Chairperson, the United Republic of Tanzania is grateful for support that the GEF has been proving that complement our effort to address the triple plenary crisis, enable our country to take significant strides in this discussion. Under the GEF 18 replacement cycle, Tanzania was allocated a tune of $33.5 million for GEF and 20 for the LDCF. I'm glad to update your meeting that at this juncture, we have been able to access allocated resource with a secure and proposal for the entire of our allocated shares. Chairperson, setting of assembly timely as we are getting closer to the year 2030, which serves as a deadline for several major international policy roadmaps, including SGS, among others. So it's my sincere expectation that the report and deliberation of this convention will reflect on how we have been firing inspiration and global ambition of revising biodiversity laws, putting our planet on trajectory to recovery, enhancing global environment benefits, and strengthen climate change resilience. Chairperson, United Republic of Tanzania warmly commend and congratulates the donors of Global Environment Facility, GEF, on successful launch of the 9th replacement cycle GEF 9, the pledged contribution approximately 3.9 billion demonstrates strong global commitment to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For developing countries, climate adaptation is not choice, but a matter of survival. This is why adaptation finance has been continuous to be the top priority for developing countries and Africa region in particular. United Republic of Tanzania has taken note with the recommendation of the Global Environment Facility, GEF, Programming Strategic and Adaptation to Climate Change for the Least Developed Countries Fund, LDCF, and the Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF, for GEF 9 period, with operational improvement presenting a clear vision toward helping developing countries to enhance climate resilience and reduce vulnerability. Chairperson, we have noted that this program's strategic focus on driving transformative adaptation action through strengthening climate resilience, production practice in agriculture and food system, addressing critical issues of water security and sustainable management, and nature-based solution, NBS, and infrastructure which advance climate resilience infrastructure system that incorporate NBS. The Adaptation Gap Report of 2025 revealed that the cost of adaptation finance needed in developing countries is implementing to national determined contribution and national adaptation plan is estimated to be $365 billion a year. This makes adaptation financing needs developing countries 12 to 14 times as much as current flow. Tanzania emphasized that the adaptation should remain across cutting priorities across all GEF 9 intervention. Greater attention should also be given to innovation, billion demonstrate as a strong global commitment to addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. development countries, climate adaptation is not, Tanzania emphasizes that adaptation should remain cross-cutting priorities across all GEF 9 intervention. A greater attention should be given to innovation, technology transfer, climate change and mitigation, and adaptation to support resilience and low-emission development pathway. Chairperson, Tanzania therefore calls for increased support for locally and adaptation action, ecosystem-based approaches, capacity building in vulnerable countries that bear a greatest climate burden despite contributing the last global greenhouse gas emission. This being the fact, we pledge for the more resource from GEF community and other resource for implementation of climate action and realization of the global goal on adoption in developing countries and SIDS in particular. Thank you, Chairperson. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you, Tanzania. I now give the floor to São Tomé and Príncipe.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partner, and all observed protocol. On behalf of the government of Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe, I wish to express our appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan and to the Global Environmental Facility for convening this 8th GEF Assembly here in Samarkand. As a small island development state, São Tomé and Príncipe remain vulnerable to the impact of climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, and other. This interconnected challenge directly affects food security, water resources, health, coastal ecosystem, and livelihood of local communities. The country is also proud to be recognized as a full World Biosphere Reserve by UNESCO, thanks to the contribution of several GEF-funded projects reflecting its exceptional biodiversity, ecosystem, and strong commitment to the environmental conservation and sustainable development. São Tomé and Príncipe continues to actively engage with GEF project focused on climate action, biodiversity conservation, sustainable land management, and ecosystem protection. Efforts are also being made to strengthen institutional coordination and prepare project proposals aligned with national sustainable development priorities. The country highly values the integrated approach promoted by GEF, recognizing the strong links between climate, nature, and pollution. With GEF support, several initiatives are being implemented in areas such as ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, sustainable land management, chemical waste management, and community-based livelihoods. We have, at the same time, we recognize that fragmented interventions are no longer sufficient. We need more transformative, programmatic, and scalable solutions capable of addressing multiple environmental challenges together while also supporting resilient economies and sustainable livelihood. Looking ahead, The 90 GEF replenishment, São Tomé and Príncipe expect a stronger focus on integrated solutions that are accessible to vulnerable countries, particularly seeds and less developed countries. We encourage increase and flexibility, simplified access procedure, and enhanced direct support for national institutions. We also call for greater investment in nature-based solutions, circular economy approach, coastal resilience, sustainable blue economy initiatives, and pollution prevention, including chemicals and waste management. Furthermore, the GEF9 should strengthen support for innovation, private sector engagement, and regional cooperation, especially for small island states facing common environmental vulnerabilities. Excellencies, the environmental challenge we face are complex, but also present an opportunity to accelerate a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. São Tomé and Príncipe remain committed to working with GEF and all partners to advance collective action and deliver meaningful results for people and planet. I thank you.
Thank you, São Tomé and Príncipe. I now give the floor to Palestine.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the State of Palestine, allow me at the outset to extend our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly in this historic city of Samarkand, and to express our gratitude to GEF for its continued leadership in advancing global environmental action and strengthening international cooperation toward achieving sustainable development and environmental protection. Excellencies, the Palestinian people continue to face exceptionally complicated environmental, humanitarian, developmental, and economic challenges resulting from the prolonged Israeli occupation and its ongoing practices, which severely threaten environmental sustainability and the ability to achieve the sustainable development goals. The environmental situation in the Gaza Strip has deteriorated catastrophically as a result of the continuous war and the mass destruction of civil infrastructure, including water supply systems, sanitation facilities, wastewater treatment plants, energy networks, agricultural lands, and solid waste management infrastructure. This has resulted in unprecedented environmental and public health risks, including soil contamination, marine pollution, air pollution, hazardous debris, unmanaged waste, and severe pressure on already fragile natural resources. At the same time, the Palestinian environment in the West Bank continues to suffer from land degradation, restrictions on access to natural resources, expansion of Israeli settlements, uncontrolled dumping of solid waste, solid and hazardous waste, wastewater pollution, biodiversity loss, and the increased impacts of climate change, including water scarcity, desertification, and extreme weather events. Distinguished delegates, the State of Palestine recognizes that environmental challenges are global in nature and require collective responsibility, solidarity, and equitable access to financial and technical support. In this regard, we emphasize the critical importance of enhancing support for countries facing conflict, fragility, and occupation. where environmental degradation is compounded by political and humanitarian crisis. We call upon the international community and the GEF partnership to strengthen support for environmental recovery and ecosystem restoration in the Gaza Strip, climate adaptation and resilience building initiatives, sustainable management of chemicals and waste, including persistent organic pollutants and plastic pollution, biodiversity conservation and land restoration, capacity building and institutional strengthening, renewable energy and sustainable resource management, environmental governance, and supply for youth, women, and local communities as key actors in the environmental action. Excellencies, despite Palestine's eligibility to access GEF financial resources as a party to several multilateral environmental agreements, political obstacles and restrictions continue to impede direct and adequate direct access to the financial resources, including the STAR allocations required to fully implement national environmental priorities and convention obligations. This situation creates significant challenges for Palestine in addressing urgent environmental needs, particularly under conditions of occupation, conflict, and severe environmental degradation. In this regard, we call for equitable, non-politicized, and facilitated access to international environmental financing mechanisms to ensure that no people are left behind in global efforts to protect the environment and achieve sustainable development. Excellencies, we believe that investing in environmental sustainability is also an investment in peace, stability, public health, human dignity, and the future for coming generations. In closing, the State of Palestine reaffirms its commitment to constructive international cooperation and to working with all partners toward a more resilient, just, and sustainable future for our region and for the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Palestine. But let me remind the Assembly, in accordance with paragraph 20 of the Assembly Rules of Procedure, I would like to gently remind participants that this is a technical forum and kindly encourage delegates to direct their focus towards the theme of the Assembly as agreed on the adoption of the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Palestine. I will now give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Excellencies, distinguished delegate, colleagues, on behalf of the Republic of Korea, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to GEF Secretariat for their dedicated preparation of this assembly, and to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting us here in Samarkand, a city that shines with history and cultural heritage. Korea strongly supports the inclusive and integrated approach of GEF-9. Together, we must rise to the challenges of climate change, safeguard biodiversity on land and in our oceans, restore degraded lands, protect international waters, and prevent chemical pollutions. We particularly welcome the policy direction of GEF-9, strengthening private sector engagement by further encouraging MDB participation as GEF agencies, providing incentives to recipient countries to expand blended finance, supporting vulnerable nations, including LDCs and Cs, empowering indigenous people and local community to play leading roles, and assisting recipient countries in building national platforms that foster whole-of-government approaches. Korea is committed to fulfilling its promises under international climate and environmental agreements. With the launch of the new government last year, we established the Ministry of Climate, Energy, and Environment. We are accelerate our green energy transition to achieve a 53 to 61% reduction in greenhouse gases emission by 2035 compared to 2018 levels. Earlier this year, we began developing the KGX, or Korea Green Transformation Strategy, through a whole-of-government and public-private partnership. Our vision is clear. Carbon neutrality and energy transition must become engine of the new growth, and we will expand renewable energy, nurture green industries, and strengthening local participation, while also deepening international cooperation and support in these areas. Even amid global economic challenges and geopolitical crises, we remain deeply grateful to all donor countries, the GEF Secretariat, and member states for their support in successfully completing the GEF-9 replenishment. Looking ahead, Korea will continue to actively participate in GEF-9 policy decisions and projects. We will seek every opportunity to expand our support and to work hand in hand with all of you for sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you to the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. Jamaica would like to express its appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Uzbekistan for their warm hospitality in hosting this important 8th Assembly of the GEF. As the global community forges towards 2030, the actions taken individually and collectively by governments, the private sector, indigenous peoples, local communities, and other key stakeholders will be critical to the achievement of the Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the 2030 commitments on the multilateral environmental agreements for which the GEF is a financial mechanism. In this regard, the strategic importance of the GEF-9 replenishment cycle cannot be overemphasized. Jamaica therefore welcomes the US $3.9 billion already pledged by donor countries for GEF-9. We are, however, hopeful that other donors and countries in a position to do so will make pledges to ensure that the GEF-9 achieves a level of replenishment that matches or exceeds GEF-8. Given the current geopolitical situation, as well as competing priorities, we are pleased that small island developing states, including Jamaica, have been prioritized for financial support under GEF-9 in recognition of our special circumstances. Jamaica values the long-standing partnership and continued assistance provided by the GEF, which has over the years supported the implementation of impactful projects of national, regional, and international significance to increase our environmental sustainability. The implementation of GEF-supported initiatives has also strengthened institutional and technical capacities while supporting community-based organizations and local stakeholders through the well-administered Small Grants Program. Indeed, the GEF has played a critical role in advancing Jamaica's environmental agenda. This support remains vital given our increasing vulnerability to environmental, climate-related, and external economic shocks. In 2025, Jamaica experienced the unprecedented impact of a Category 5 hurricane, the first of its kind to directly impact the island, resulting in total loss and damage estimated at US $12.2 billion, which is equivalent to 56.7% of Jamaica's 2024 GDP. Also, the country suffered severe ecological damage, including significant loss and degradation of 51% of the island's forest cover. In the aftermath of the hurricane, the government of Jamaica established the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority with statute as a decisive time-bound mechanism to accelerate Jamaica's post-disaster rebuilding, converting policy into tangible outcomes for its citizens. Jamaica is currently facing projected risks associated with a potentially strong El Niño, which may result in warmer than average sea surface temperatures, causing severe droughts and extreme heat waves, and place additional pressures on our terrestrial and marine ecosystems that are vital to the country's economy and coastal resilience. These impacts serve as a stark reminder of the vulnerability faced by Jamaica and other SIDS, and underscore the urgent need to accelerate nature-based adaptation initiatives. It is therefore important that GEF resource allocations continue to recognize the disproportionate risks faced by SIDS, including impacts to ecosystems which underpin our ecological integrity and blue economies. We therefore take this opportunity to reiterate our call for inclusion of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index in the formula used to inform the STAR allocations. SIDS will continue to meaningfully contribute to the global financial and environmental architecture, including the GEF, to address environmental imperatives. These states are incubators for innovative, sustainable finance instruments and design of scalable projects. SIDS are the case for resilience building. Looking ahead, tailored readiness support for the GEF will be important in the creation of an enabling environment for the mobilization of green investments, including blended finance in SIDS. Additionally, the continued streamlining of access modalities in relation to GEF resources, particularly in SIDS, is required. Jamaica therefore urges the GEF to maintain strong engagement with vulnerable countries and to ensure equitable and enhanced access to resources needed to support these efforts and secure long-term sustainability outcomes. Jamaica remains a committed partner in advancing the global sustainable agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. Jamaica. I now give the floor to Egypt.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Co-Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to express our appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting this assembly, and to commend the Global Environment Facility for more than 3 decades of indispensable support to developing countries and the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. We also extend our sincere thanks to the trustee and to all participants in the GEF 9 replenishment process for their efforts and commitment. Today, the international community faces converging crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, and water scarcity, all compounded by fiscal constraints and debt burdens in developing countries. Environmental action cannot be separated from development realities. Countries are asked to deliver ambitious commitment while addressing poverty, food security, energy access, and resilience. This requires international support that is predictable, accessible, and adequate. Egypt notes with concern that the GEF 9 programming envelope of $3.9 billion is significantly lower than the previous GEF 8 replenishment. Despite a broader mandate and growing global challenges, we are particularly concerned by the declining share of resources available for country-driven implementation of convention commitment. We underscore the importance of maintaining balance across focal areas. Climate impact are intensifying, especially in Africa, yet the share of resources dedicated to climate change has declined over successive replenishments. For Egypt and many countries in Africa and the Middle East, water scarcity, drought, and land degradation are immediate vulnerabilities. We therefore welcome the Dry Land and Drought Management Integrated Program in the GEF 9 and call for greater attention to water security, drought resilience, sustainable land management, and ecosystem restoration. Country ownership remains a founding principle of the GEF, yet star allocations are declined from 53% in GEF 6 to 46% in GEF 8. Predictable allocations are essential for ownership and effectiveness. Egypt encourages GEF 9 to preserve and strengthen the star, and to ensure allocation methodologies reflect environmental realities and vulnerabilities. GDP alone cannot capture fragility or climate exposure. We welcome the proposal to incorporate the Drought Vulnerability Index into the star as an important step forward. Access must also be simplified, procedures should be streamlined, transaction costs reduced, and direct access by national institutions enhanced. While blended finance can mobilize additional resources, grant-based finance must remain the cornerstone of the GEF support. Finally, as discussed, advance on a future instrument on plastic pollution. Any role for the GEF must be accompanied by new and predictable resources without reducing allocation under existing convention and focal areas. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move toward GEF 9, the challenge is clear. Countries cannot be asked to deliver expanding global objectives with shrinking resources and fragmented financing. Egypt reaffirms its strong support for the Global Environment Facility and looks forward to working with all partners to ensure GEF 9 delivers the scale, fairness, and effectiveness needed to meet the challenges of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. I now give the floor to Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia expressed its appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan and the Global Environmental Facility for convening this important assembly. As we enter the final year toward 2030, the world must accelerate collaborative action to address the interconnected crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, environmental pollution. Indonesia strongly supports the GEF 9 vision of advancing an integrated nature climate pollution agenda across our landscape and seascape. As mega biodiversity and archipelagic nation, Indonesia continues to strengthen environmental governance through the 8th National Development Priority, well known as ASTA-CITA, the National Environmental Protection Management Plan, and the National Medium-Term Development Plan, ensuring that sustainable development is built upon the strong ecological foundation and strong sustainability as mandated by the Indonesian Green Constitution. Indonesia is advancing ambitious program on mangrove and peatland restoration, biodiversity conservation, environmental pollution, including also the plastic pollution, circular economy, sustainable waste management, and also the climate resilience to transform environmental challenge into the opportunity for sustainable and inclusive growth. Excellencies, Indonesia experience with the GEF support project demonstrate that integrated approach generates greater and more durable impact than fragmented intervention. Success depends on the strong country leadership, country ownership, local leadership, science-based decision-making, and sustainable financing. Looking ahead to GEF 9, Indonesia encouraged the facility to focus on the three mutually reinforcing transformation. First, government transformation by strengthening coherent, innovative, and streamlined policy framework. promoting adaptive insular arrangements that can address the turbulent environment, and expand blended finance and investment mechanism, and also the integrated financial scheme, including the initiatives such as the Indonesian Coral Reef Bond. Second, the technology transformation by enhancing environmental data and geospatial information system, accelerating nature-based and technological innovation, digital innovation, and strengthening environmental standards and safeguards to ensure integrity, accountability, and long-term sustainability. Third, the social transformation by fostering the whole of society partnership, creating the green job through the community-based capacity development and certification system, and strengthen public participation through effective communication, knowledge management, and environmental education. Through this government, technology, and social transformation, GEF can deliver meaningful environmental, social, and economic benefit while accelerating implementation of the nature climate pollution agenda at scale. Indonesia stands ready to work with the GEF Secretariat, GEF agency, member country, development partner, and all the stakeholders to advance ambitious, inclusive, and result-oriented GEF 9 agenda. As we enter this final sprint toward 2030, may our collective effort through the GEF bring lasting benefit to people, nature, and all life on Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now give the floor to Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom du Royaume du Maroc, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier le gouvernement et le peuple d'Ouzbékistan pour l'accueil chaleureux qu'ils nous ont réservé dans cette ville de Samarcande. Mes remerciements s'adressent également au secrétariat du FEM pour toutes les dispositions prises pour l'organisation de cette assemblée. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui dans un contexte mondial marqué par des transformations profondes et des défis environnementaux croissants. Le changement climatique, la perte de la biodiversité, la pollution, la désertification et la pression toujours plus forte sur nos ressources naturelles. À 4 ans seulement de l'échéance de 2030, la 9e reconstitution du FEM intervient à un moment charnière, ce qui nécessite une réponse urgente, intégrée et à la hauteur des défis. Nous nous félicitons de l'engagement initial du FEM de 3,9 milliards de dollars pour cette phase et nous remercions tous les pays donateurs pour leur contribution, même si nous restons encore en deçà de nos ambitions. Cette 9e phase offre également une occasion pour consolider les acquis, de relever les nouveaux défis et de renforcer encore davantage l'impact du FEM sur le terrain pour les populations bénéficiaires. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, depuis son adhésion au FEM en 1994, le Maroc a bénéficié de l'appui de ce mécanisme pour répondre à ses obligations au titre des accords environnementaux multilatéraux, ainsi que pour protéger et améliorer la qualité de l'environnement et atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Le FEM, à travers l'appui d'une 50aine de projets nationaux d'un montant total d'environ 150 millions de dollars, a démontré sa capacité à catalyser des changements systémiques et à jouer un rôle important dans l'intégration de la durabilité environnementale dans plusieurs politiques sectorielles de développement: agriculture, énergie, transport, habitat et industrie. Il a permis également de contribuer à la préservation de la biodiversité, à la lutte contre le changement climatique et à l'élimination rationnelle des produits chimiques. Ces projets ont non seulement démontré la viabilité de technologies et des approches, mais ils ont également jeté les bases d'une intégration des préoccupations de la durabilité dans les politiques sectorielles et contribuent ainsi directement à l'atteinte de nos objectifs, notamment en termes de climat, de biodiversité, d'énergie. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, aujourd'hui, le contexte national au Maroc est davantage favorable pour une prise en charge effective et intégrée des des principaux problèmes environnementaux. Et ce grâce à une politique volontariste portée à très haut niveau de l'État par Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, et qui a permis de lancer des stratégies ambitieuses. En l'occurrence, la stratégie nationale de développement durable à l'horizon 2035, la stratégie énergétique avec une ambition de dépasser 52% de capacité électrique installée en énergie renouvelable à l'horizon 2030 et une contribution déterminée au niveau national déjà alignée avec l'objectif 1,5 de l'accord de Paris, avec un objectif de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre de plus de 53% à l'horizon 2035. À cela s'ajoute un cadre législatif et réglementaire renforcé permettant une amélioration continue du climat des affaires, un renforcement de la transparence et une facilitation de l'accès aux informations pour les opportunités des investissements. Ces avancées témoignent de notre engagement en faveur d'une transition verte et inclusive, tout en contribuant aux efforts mondiaux de préservation de l'environnement et de développement durable. Nous sommes convaincus que le FEM continuera à jouer un rôle important dans l'appui des pays en développement pour répondre à leurs priorités les plus urgentes et à générer des avantages environnementaux à l'échelle mondiale qui profitent tant aux populations qu'aux écosystèmes. Nous encourageons à cet égard le FEM à continuer à soutenir les approches intégrées, notamment au titre des programmes d'impact qui ont réellement démontré leur valeur ajoutée en termes de synergie, de mutualisation des moyens et d'impact sur le terrain. Nous soulignons également que les financements mixtes et les instruments non basés sur les dons, non-grant instruments, offrent un potentiel considérable en matière de transformation et de mise à l'échelle. Cependant, ces outils doivent être complémentaires et ne pas se substituer au financement basé sur les dons. Il est également nécessaire de renforcer davantage la communication et le renforcement des capacités auprès des points focaux nationaux sur ces nouveaux instruments afin que les pays bénéficiaires puissent pleinement en tirer profit. En conclusion, le Maroc formule 3 attentes opérationnelles claires pour le FEM9. Un FEM pluriactif, capable de mobiliser des ressources avec agilité et célérité face aux crises environnementales émergentes. Un FEM plus inclusif, associant le secteur privé, les jeunes innovateurs et les femmes, tout en maintenant un équilibre rigoureux entre financement mixte et mécanismes de subvention. Un FEM mieux suivi, doté d'indicateurs simples, pratiques et adaptés aux capacités locales, permettant un suivi allégé mais réellement efficace. Notre responsabilité collective est claire. Amplifier ce qui fonctionne, corriger ce qui peut l'être et faire en sorte que le FEM continue à œuvrer pour le bénéfice durable de nos populations et de notre planète commune. Le Maroc, fidèle à son engagement pour un multilatéralisme solidaire, demeure résolument déterminé à agir aux côtés du FEM et de l'ensemble de la communauté internationale pour bâtir un avenir où prospérité socio-économique et durabilité environnementale se renforcent mutuellement. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Morocco. I now give the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maina. Dear Ministers, Ambassadors, civil society representatives and esteemed colleagues, I am making this statement jointly from Australia and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand welcome the opportunity to deliver this statement and thank the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly in this wonderful city of Samarkand. And also, I'd like to express my appreciation to the GEF team for their tremendous efforts in making this event successful. Colleagues, we are meeting today at this moment of urgency. The environmental crises are accelerating while the multilateral system is operating in an increasingly contested and constrained context. Geopolitical tension, fiscal pressures and competing global priorities are testing international cooperation when collective action is most essential. In this context, the Global Environment Facility stands out. The GEF has demonstrated consistently and at scale that multilateral finance can deliver results. It converts global commitments into country-driven action across climate, biodiversity, land and ocean. Its multifocal area approach supports countries to address multiple environmental challenges in a synergistic and coherent manner. It serves as a financial mechanism for 6 conventions with the possibility of an additional treaty with the Plastics Treaty. Effective multilateralism in this case is not just aspirational, it is operational and critical. As we enter the final sprint towards 2030, the GEF's role is clear: to sharpen its impact, drive efficiency and mobilise private finance alongside private investment, and to deliver resources to the most vulnerable, small island development states and least developed countries, and to recognise Indigenous peoples and local communities as really central partners in safeguarding the global environment. Australia and New Zealand's confidence in the GEF is grounded in delivery, and there are many examples of this. The current GEF 8 replenishment is producing tangible results through integrated country-led programs. The Pacific-led Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity Initiative is advancing sustainable ocean management and resilient livelihoods through a blue economy approach. Regional Ridge-to-Reef programs are addressing the interconnected drivers of biodiversity loss and vulnerability in SIDS. Through the GEF Small Grants program, global resources are being translated into community-led and Indigenous-driven action. And as a key financial mechanism to support delivery of the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty, the BBNJ, the GEF is delivering practical outcomes through aligned, scaled finance to support sustainable ocean management implementation, all of which is validated through the 8th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF, the OPS 8, and the recent assessment of the Multilateral Organisational Performance Assessment Network, also known as MOPAN. This record of delivery sets clear expectations for the GEF 9 replenishment. It must build on what is working well, deepening integrated programming, accelerating systems transformation, improving coherence and complementarity between funds, and further mobilising private capital alongside public finance. It must continue to prioritise funding to those countries most in need, particularly SIDS and LDCs, and strengthen support for Indigenous peoples, local communities as agents of change, along with promoting gender equality, disability equity and social inclusion, because this should be at the heart of achieving global and environmental benefits for all. Australia and New Zealand therefore welcome the strong momentum behind the GEF 9 replenishment, which represents confidence in an institution that delivers an enduring value from multilateral funds in mobilising collective action in a contested global landscape. Australia and New Zealand's GEF 9 pledges align with our GEF 8 contributions, highlighting our joint ongoing commitment. With regards to the System for Transparent Allocation Resources, also known as STAR, allocation model, we are disappointed that parties could not agree to the index not being included in the GEF 9 replenishment. Their primary intent is to ensure that development and climate finance, especially for SIDS, is directed to countries that need it. A simplistic income criteria fails to capture the structural vulnerabilities and challenges countries face. We note that the ongoing work to refine the MBI will make it sufficiently mature to be included in GEF 10 and replenishment, and we will continue to advocate for improved understanding and recognition of vulnerabilities across the portfolio. As President of COP31 negotiations, Australia looks forward to fostering global cooperation and securing consensus around ambitious and practical climate action, including partnerships with the Pacific. New Zealand is committed to working alongside Australia and our Pacific partners to support Pacific leaders in COP31, including supporting the regional hosting of pre-COP in the region. Looking ahead, Australia and New Zealand encourage the GEF to maintain its focus on impact, integration,
efficiency and mobilisation, and to align action across the conventions and ensure no country and no community is left behind. At a time when impact, efficiency and scale matter more than ever, the GEF continues to demonstrate that it is worth the investment. Australia and New Zealand look forward to continuing our partnership with the GEF in these critical years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I now give the floor to Haiti.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs de délégation. Son Excellence Monsieur Alex Didier Fils-Aimé, Premier ministre de la République d'Haïti, m'a chargé de transmettre au nom du gouvernement haïtien nos sincères remerciements au gouvernement de l'Ouzbékistan ainsi qu'aux organisateurs de cette 8e Assemblée du FEM pour l'accueil chaleureux et la qualité de l'organisation de ce rendez-vous international. Permettez-moi de préciser dès l'entame de mon intervention que je prends la parole au nom du ministre de l'Environnement de la République d'Haïti qui m'a confié la responsabilité de porter la voix d'Haïti devant cette 8e Assemblée du FEM. Je voudrais saluer le Fonds pour l'environnement mondial pour l'organisation de cette 8e Assemblée placée sur le thème « Le dernier sprint vers 2030 ». Ce rendez-vous constitue une étape décisive pour renforcer notre engagement collectif en faveur d'un développement durable, inclusif et résilient. Haïti réaffirme aujourd'hui sa volonté de contribuer activement à l'atteinte des objectifs environnementaux mondiaux, malgré un contexte national particulièrement difficile. Notre pays demeure fortement exposé aux effets du changement climatique, à la dégradation accélérée des terres, à la perte de biodiversité, à une pression croissante sur les ressources naturelles, ainsi qu'aux impacts de la pollution sur les communautés les plus vulnérables. Face à ces défis, les priorités nationales d'Haïti en matière d'environnement s'articulent autour de plusieurs axes stratégiques. Premièrement, la reforestation communautaire demeure une priorité nationale. Haïti encourage la restauration du couvert forestier à travers des initiatives locales, des pratiques agroforestières durables et des mécanismes de gouvernement favorisant la protection des écosystèmes. Deuxièmement, la gestion intégrée des bassins versants reste au cœur de notre stratégie de résilience, notamment pour la conservation des sols, la protection des ressources hydriques et la réduction des risques liés à l'érosion et aux inondations. Troisièmement, Haïti accorde une attention particulière à la gestion durable des ressources naturelles, incluant la protection de la biodiversité et la restauration des terres dégradées. Quatrièmement, l'amélioration du cadre de vie et la gestion des déchets constituent des priorités majeures, notamment à travers le développement de systèmes modernes de collecte, de traitement et de valorisation des déchets. Cependant, Monsieur le Président, les principaux défis auxquels nous faisons face pour concrétiser ces priorités demeurent considérables. L'instabilité économique, le rétablissement de la sécurité, ainsi que la création des conditions nécessaires à la tenue d'élections constituent des impératifs nationaux majeurs. Dans ce contexte, Haïti encourage vivement l'adoption d'approches véritablement intégrées en matière de gestion de la biodiversité et de la nature, du climat et de réduction de la pollution, à travers des actions concrètes qui renforcent la résilience des communautés locales, des projets environnementaux permettant de réduire les pertes de biodiversité, de lutter contre les effets dévastateurs du changement climatique et de freiner la dégradation des terres. Nous insistons également sur l'importance de protéger les ressources en eau partagées en 2 ou plusieurs pays, dans un esprit de coopération régionale, de solidarité environnementale et de prévention des conflits liés aux ressources naturelles. Haïti considère également que le succès des interventions environnementales dépend de la qualité des partenariats. Nous appelons à une coopération technique respectueuse et équilibrée entre les bailleurs, les agences d'exécution et les parties nationales. Les solutions imposées de manière verticale ne peuvent produire des résultats durables. Les communautés doivent être reconnues comme des acteurs centraux du changement. Après plusieurs années de partenariat avec le FEM et ses agences, nous avons accumulé des expériences, appris des leçons et des bonnes pratiques qui ont démontré leur efficacité sur le terrain. Ces acquis doivent être davantage vulgarisés, capitalisés et répliqués à plus grande échelle afin de maximiser les impacts positifs au bénéfice des ressources naturelles et des populations vulnérables. S'agissant de la 9e reconstitution des ressources du FEM, Haïti souhaite exprimer plusieurs attentes majeures, notamment une coopération renforcée et plus flexible, appuyée par des programmes de renforcement des capacités, des mécanismes financiers simplifiés et plus accessibles aux pays vulnérables, des investissements plus importants dans les projets liés à la biodiversité, au changement climatique, à la dégradation des terres, aux eaux internationales et aux polluants organiques persistants, ainsi qu'un soutien accru aux solutions transformatrices et évolutives capables de produire des impacts rapides et mesurables d'ici 2030. Pour Haïti, le dernier sprint vers 2030 doit être celui de l'action concrète, de la solidarité internationale et de l'efficacité collective. Les défis sont immenses, Monsieur le Président, mais ils constituent également une opportunité de repenser nos modèles de développement, de renforcer la résilience des communautés et de bâtir un avenir plus durable pour les générations futures. Pour que les SDIS et les pays moins développés, dont Haïti, puissent effectivement mettre en œuvre les priorités précédemment énoncées, il est indispensable que le mécanisme financier du FEM mette à leur disposition, dans le cadre du FEM 9, des moyens financiers plus élevés. De même, il est essentiel que les agences des Nations Unies accompagnent ce processus de manière plus ouverte, plus franche et avec davantage de clarté afin d'apporter des solutions plus efficaces et aux communautés les plus vulnérables. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, la République d'Haïti renouvelle son engagement à travailler avec l'ensemble des partenaires du FEM afin de renforcer la dynamique politique, favoriser l'harmonisation des interventions et identifier des pistes concrètes permettant d'obtenir des impacts environnementaux significatifs à grande échelle dans les années décisives qui nous séparent de 2030. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Haiti. I now give the floor to Sri Lanka.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Government of Sri Lanka at this 8th Assembly of Global Environment Facility and also the World Environment Day. Sri Lanka is a developing island nation with exceptional ecological richness and globally significant biodiversity. Our forests, wetlands, mangroves, lagoons and marine ecosystems support remarkable endemic species and remain central to our sustainable development vision. At the same time, Sri Lanka is highly vulnerable to climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, floods, droughts, landslides, coastal erosion and pollution are increasingly affecting our people, ecosystems and key sectors such as agriculture and fisheries. Land degradation, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution and unsustainable land use practices continue to intensify these challenges. In this context, Sri Lanka deeply values its long-standing partnership with the Global Environment Facility. Across multiple replenishment cycles, GEF support has contributed significantly to biodiversity conservation, climate action, land restoration, chemicals and waste management, and environmental governance. Through GEF-supported initiatives, Sri Lanka has strengthened protected area management, promoted ecosystem-based adaptation, enhanced renewable energy and energy efficiency, and improved resilience among vulnerable communities. As we look ahead to GEF 9, Sri Lanka is preparing a strong pipeline of projects aligned with national priorities. These include restoration of forest, wetlands, mangroves, and watersheds, promotion of nature-based solutions, climate resilient agriculture and fisheries, sustainable land management, and integrated approaches that addresses biodiversity, climate, land, water, and pollution challenges together. We are also strengthening national coordination and oversight mechanisms through the recently approved GEF Operational Focal Point Oversight Project, which will improve portfolio management, monitoring, learning and implementation efficiency, while helping to address approval delays and stakeholder coordination challenges. Distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka remains firmly committed to global environmental action. However, countries on the front line of climate impacts cannot face these challenges alone. Stronger international cooperation, predictable financing, technology transfer, capacity building, and inclusive partnerships remain essential. In closing, Sri Lanka reaffirms its commitment to working closely with the Global Environment Facility and the international community to safeguard our shared planet for present future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I now give the floor to Ecuador.
Señor Presidente interino del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial, miembros de la Secretaría del GEF, autoridades del Gobierno de Uzbekistán, representantes de los países miembros, colegas y amigos. Es un honor participar en nombre del Gobierno del Ecuador en esta octava Asamblea del GEF, en un momento clave previo al inicio de la novena reposición de recursos GEF 9. Esta Asamblea nos brinda la oportunidad de reafirmar nuestro compromiso colectivo con la implementación de los acuerdos multilaterales ambientales y con la provisión de los medios de implementación adecuados para enfrentar las crisis interconectadas del cambio climático, la pérdida de biodiversidad y la contaminación. Ecuador, como país megadiverso, reafirma su compromiso con la conservación, restauración y uso sostenible de la biodiversidad y con la protección de ecosistemas terrestres y marinos que contribuyen significativamente al equilibrio ambiental global. Sin embargo, los países megadiversos de renta media seguimos enfrentando importantes barreras para acceder al financiamiento internacional. Los criterios de elegibilidad continúan basándose principalmente en indicadores económicos que no reflejan el valor estratégico de nuestra biodiversidad ni los servicios ecosistémicos que aportamos al mundo. Es por ello que consideramos indispensable que el GEF reconozca de manera más efectiva las necesidades y contribuciones de estos y nuestros países, evitando que su clasificación económica limite el acceso a recursos concesionales. Ecuador reconoce la importancia de los mecanismos innovadores de financiamiento. En este contexto, hemos concretado 2 canjes de deuda por naturaleza, de relevancia histórica que han permitido movilizar recursos para conservación de ecosistemas estratégicos. No obstante, estos instrumentos deben entenderse como complementarios y no como sustitutos del financiamiento público internacional. Asimismo, valoramos la participación del sector privado y las finanzas combinadas, pero estos mecanismos no pueden reemplazar las responsabilidades y compromisos financieros asumidos por los países desarrollados, en el marco de los acuerdos ambientales multilaterales. Saludamos la creación del Fondo Marco Mundial para la Biodiversidad, GEF, como una herramienta fundamental para la implementación del Marco Mundial de la Biodiversidad de Kunming-Montreal. Sin embargo, observamos con preocupación que su nivel de capitalización continúa siendo insuficiente frente a las necesidades identificadas por la comunidad internacional. Resulta necesario incrementar sustancialmente las contribuciones a este fondo y fortalecer la transparencia, previsibilidad y claridad de sus procesos de selección y aprobación de proyectos, garantizando un acceso equitativo y efectivo para los países en desarrollo. Ecuador continuará impulsando acciones concretas para la protección de la biodiversidad, la lucha contra la contaminación y la promoción del desarrollo sostenible. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso con la implementación del Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad de Kunming-Montreal, el Acuerdo de París y los objetivos de los convenios ambientales multilaterales. Confiamos que esta Asamblea marque el inicio de una novena reposición más ambiciosa y solidaria. El GEF 9 debe fortalecer el financiamiento ambiental multilateral y asegurar recursos nuevos, adicionales, predecibles y adecuados para responder eficazmente a las necesidades de los países en desarrollo, especialmente de aquellos que, como Ecuador, albergan una parte significativa de la biodiversidad mundial. Let me finish with a thank you the government of Uzbekistan for this assembly. Also, let me thank the staff of the GEF and also all the colleagues and friends. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ecuador. I now give the floor to Suriname.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor for Suriname to address this assembly. We thank the government of Uzbekistan for its hospitality and commend the GEF for being a champion and partner in climate resilience, biodiversity protection, and sustainable development. Across the Caribbean, climate impacts are intensifying. Rising seas, stronger storms, and fragile ecosystems are under pressure. And although Suriname lies on South America mainland, away from usual paths of severe storms, we do share vulnerabilities of small island development states, SIDS. Today, even as we speak, our country faces severe floodings from heavy rainfall and increased sea levels, worsened by outdated drainage systems. For us, adaptation is not optional, it's essential. Suriname therefore welcomes the GEF focus on scaling up adaptation, nature-based solutions, and ecosystem restorations. We also value progress in directing resources towards vulnerable countries, including SIDS. Yet, more must be done to ensure that allocation frameworks reflect vulnerability and capacity constraints. Increased support is urgently required for SIDS to address climate impacts. Nature remains our greatest asset, with over 90% of pristine forest coverage and also up to 90% of mangrove coverage across our coastline. Suriname underscores the role of ecosystems in resilience. We strongly believe that we can protect our mangroves, forests, and coasts by applying cost-efficient and cost-effective solutions while sustaining livelihoods and our carbon negative status. Yes, we are carbon negative, one of the 3 countries in the world. We welcome the recognitions of indigenous people and local tribal communities as stewards of biodiversity and emphasize inclusive, gender-responsive approaches. Excellencies, financing remains a critical challenge. Small states face high transition costs and limit capacity. We call for simplified procedures, readiness reports, and pragmatic approaches. At the same time, we must sound a note of caution. While blending finance can mobilize private capital, it must not create unsustainable debt burdens. Financing models that rely too heavily on loans risk undermining resilience. We urge that blended finance prioritizes favorable conditions, transparency, and safeguards to protect debt sustainability. And finally, Caribbean countries contribute minimal to global emissions, yet face disproportional impacts. Equitable access to resources is therefore essential. As chair of the Caribbean constituency, Suriname reaffirms its commitment to resilience, ecosystem protections, and sustainable development. Our challenges are shared, and so too must be our solutions. We stand ready to partner with GEF to turn ambition into action. Please join us. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Suriname. I now give the floor to Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends. For as long as we can remember, people have wanted to understand the world around them. They followed rivers, climbed mountains, sailed into unknown waters. With maps, written and verbally transferred, they turned these journeys into knowledge. They filled in blank spaces with coastlines, rivers, forests and reefs, showing where fertile soils feed regions and where healthy ecosystems protect communities. Maps did not just guide ships. They revealed how rich and how precious our shared home is. If we were to draw a new map of our world today, it would tell a different story. It would show rivers that no longer reach the sea because they are choked by waste. Forests broken into fragments. Coral reefs turning white and soils turning to dust. And behind all of these, there are people whose lives are getting harder, farmers who cannot rely on the rains, fishers whose catch is shrinking, families forced to leave their homes. The Global Environment Facility was created so that our answer to this story is not resignation, but action. It exists so that countries can work together to protect what is still intact, to repair what is damaged, and to give people a chance at a stable future on a living and healthy planet. This is not an abstract promise. The latest GEF results show that together we are helping to protect more than 200 million hectares of land and sea, restore millions of hectares of degraded land and ecosystems, and avoid billions of tons of greenhouse gases emissions. These are forests that still stand, mangroves that still buffer storms, and communities that have a better chance to adapt. Germany cares about these results because they show that cooperation works. If we let climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution run their course, the costs will be far higher than anything we are investing now. The costs will be in flooded cities, failed harvests, conflict and forced migration. Investing together through the GEF is not charity in our view. It is common sense, and it makes economic sense for the future in partner countries and at home in my own country. Germany believes that the GEF is one of the best tools we have for this task. It links climate, biodiversity, land, oceans, and chemicals in a single conversation, gives a voice to countries already living with the frontline impacts of these crises, and can use public money to draw in private and local investment. But we need new maps that chart new ways across choppy seas and desert landscapes. Our host country here, Uzbekistan, in beautiful Samarkand, is known for thousands of years of venturing into unforgiving landscapes. Though this is actually a very good place to have forward-looking and discussions and finding new pathways for achieving our goals. We are delighted with the results of the Bonn Consensus that managed to point us towards many new pathways to face increasingly difficult challenges. That is why we are ready to back our words with concrete support. Today, I can announce that Germany will contribute 630 million euros to the GEF Trust Fund under GEF 9. Thank you for that. People seem to be listening. That's good. With this contribution, we want to help protect and restore ecosystems and support the most vulnerable countries in building resilience. But Germany cannot do this alone. The GEF is a partnership. So I have a simple appeal. If your country intends to contribute to GEF 9, please finalize and share your pledge as soon as possible. Let us give partner countries a clear signal of what they can count on. And my government in particular is calling upon governments of wealthy countries that are not traditional donors. It's unrealistic to expect the ever-shrinking number of, in many cases, European donors to shoulder the load. We need new partnerships to form. So when new generations look at the maps of this century, I want them to see rivers that still flow, reefs that still glow with life, forests that are still standing. The decisions we take here will not decide everything, but they can bend the story in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Germany, for that very powerful statement. And I now give the floor to Seychelles for the statement.
Mr. Chair, honorable ministers, excellencies, partners, civil society, good morning and happy Environment Day. It is an honor for me to address this esteemed assembly. Firstly, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly in this beautiful city of Samarkand, and for the excellent arrangements and kind hospitality that has been extended to myself and delegation since our arrival. I also wish to commend the GEF Secretariat, agencies, Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel, and the Independent Evaluation Office for the important work reflected in our agenda tackled this week. On behalf of the Government of Seychelles, I also wish to express our sincere appreciation to all donor partners for the successful replenishment of GEF aid and for their continued commitment in advancing the global environmental agenda. At a time of growing environmental, economic, and developmental pressures, this collective effort reflects a strong demonstration of international solidarity and shared responsibility. For vulnerable countries, such as small island developing states, the support mobilized through GEF aid has been instrumental in strengthening our capacity to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, to implement the Paris Agreement, to protect biodiversity, and ultimately to build resilience against the increasing impacts of climate change and ocean degradation. Building on the successful replenishment of GEF aid, Seychelles warmly welcomes the continued efforts under GEF 9 to further strengthen integrated programming, enhance delivery mechanisms, and deepen the support for vulnerable countries, particularly SIDS and least developed countries. Seychelles also welcomes the continued work of STAP and the IEO, as well as strengthened cooperation with multilateral environmental conventions and institutions, including ongoing efforts under the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. Mr. Chair, in this regard, Seychelles firmly believes that innovation must remain at the center of environmental financing. As a SID, we have often had to adopt creative and forward-looking approaches to address our unique vulnerabilities and development challenges. Seychelles, through our own experiences with the world's first sovereign blue bond, as well as our pioneering Debt for Nature swap, demonstrates that innovative financing mechanisms can effectively unlock meaningful resources for biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, and the sustainable development of the blue economy, even in small economies like our own. Seychelles has achieved the global 30 by 30 target, and we are now advancing into the implementation phase of our Marine Spatial Plan that is aimed at ensuring the sustainable management and long-term protection of our ocean space. In continuation of these efforts, sustained support and innovative financing are critically important. Achieving conservation targets is only their beginning. The effective implementation, management, monitoring, and long-term sustainability require predictable resources, strong partnerships, and continued support from institutions such as the GEF. We therefore encourage the GEF to continue supporting innovative and blended funding approaches that enables countries to collectively meet the ambitious climate, biodiversity, and ocean commitments whilst advancing sustainable development and strengthening prosperity. These efforts underscore a fundamental reality. Achieving global biodiversity goals requires not only strong political will, but also sustained, scalable, and implementable by all countries, regardless of our size and our capabilities. Notably, grant-based financing remains critically important for small island developing states, which continue to face rising impacts, high debt vulnerability, and growing economic pressures. It should therefore remain a central pillar of the GEF to support vulnerable countries. Seychelles also encourages attention to the practical realities of implementation in SIDS. While financing commitments are essential, their impact depends on whether resources can be accessed and delivered in a timely, flexible, and country-responsive manner. Small administrations often face capacity constraints, complex procedures, and rising implementation costs, It is therefore important that with this new GEF 9, we continue to strengthen simplified access and faster delivery and closer coordination between environmental, climate, and biodiversity-related objectives. Since 2024, the MBI has been globally adopted, but its practical implementation remains limited. We continue to urge multilateral development banks and financial institutions to accelerate efforts to make it fully operational. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of recent events, Seychelles wishes to draw attention to the growing impact that geopolitical instability and global conflict are exerting on the delivery of environmental programs. Rising operational costs, supply chain disruptions, inflationary pressures, and exchange rate volatility are all contributing to increased implementation costs and reducing the real value of already constrained resources available to vulnerable countries. These realities highlight the importance of ensuring that the international environmental financing systems remain flexible, responsive, and adequately resourced to address evolving global challenges. As we move forward, Seychelles calls for continued ambition, solidarity, and innovation in addressing our shared environmental challenges. We assure you and we give our commitment for Seychelles to continue working with all partners to ensure the successful implementation of GEF programs, including the broader objectives of GEF partnerships and the environment of the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Seychelles. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, first of all, on behalf of the Russian Federation, I would like to thank host country Uzbekistan for generous hospitality and spotless organization of our meeting. I also would like to congratulate the government and people of Uzbekistan on their latest achievements in protection of the environment and overall sustainable development. I was supposed to deliver my speech in Russian, with an understanding that it would be interpreted into English, French, Spanish, Arabic, and Chinese languages. Unfortunately, translation to and from Russian, Arabic, and Chinese was not provided by the GEF Secretariat. That is why I have to speak in English. Before me, there were at least 3 high-level representatives speaking in Russian without translation. As a result, a large number of delegations present in the plenary hall were not able to understand what was said. They spoke Russian because it's one of the official languages of the GEF Assembly. Many representatives of Arab countries and China had to speak in English, while in accordance with the rules of procedure, they could do it in their maternal languages. I strongly underline that this is a duty of the Secretariat to provide interpretation from all official languages of the GEF Assembly. Explanation of the Secretariat that the proper interpretation is not provided in accordance with the relevant decision of the Council cannot be accepted. Translation into 6 languages is provided in Article 8, titled Languages of the GEF Assembly Rules of Procedure. Paragraph 26 of the Article 12 of the same Rules of Procedure says, and I quote, "The rules of procedure may be amended by consensus by the Assembly," which means that Council had no authority to take any decision in regard to translation and interpretation without consensus decision by the Assembly plenary to introduce relevant changes in the Rules of Procedure. Technically, our meeting is being conducted without proper implementation of the Rules of Procedure. That is very unfortunate and not sound from the legal point of view. Moreover, it creates a very bad precedent for the whole system of multilateral environmental cooperation processes. we strongly insist that during next GEF assembly sessions in future, the rules of procedure are fully implemented and interpretation into all GEF official languages, namely English, French, Spanish, Russian, Arabic, and Chinese, is provided. I would like to ask Secretariat to fully reflect this procedural statement in the record of the Assembly meeting. Further, I would like to attract attention to the following issues in the work of GEF as a principal financial mechanism for a whole number of international multilateral environmental agreements and processes. Decisions of the multilateral environmental agreements are negotiated and adopted by representatives of states, as a rule, on a consensus basis. But then we have a GEF process of approval of certain projects to implement these decisions. The process to prepare projects proposals is very complicated, and most developing countries need to find extra resources to pay experts to simply prepare the proposals to be later presented to the GEF Council consideration. Unfortunately, very often we also face the situation when the Council decisions in regard to concrete projects are taken not from the point of view of their environmental value and benefit for the nature, but on the basis of certain political considerations. More and more countries are de facto denied access to funding on the grounds of unilateral political sanctions which were imposed on them by some of the GEF donor countries. Russia is among those countries. I do believe that Russia's role in protection of the global environment simply cannot be overestimated. One simple example to prove this. The total area of the specially protected natural territories in Russia is equal to the whole territory of all West European countries. We believe that future politicization of the international environmental cooperation contradicts to very basic understanding. Nature has no borders and has to be protected on a global scale. Further politicization of the GEF work jeopardizes the achievement of sustainable development goals and has to be stopped. We believe that time has come to reform GEF work modalities to ensure easy, transparent, and depoliticized access of all developing countries and countries with economy in transition to GEF funding, to enable them to implement environmental projects. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulate all with Global World Environmental Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Russian Federation will take note, Secretariat will take note of those important comments, and I now give the floor to Armenia. Armenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address the Assembly on behalf of the Republic of Armenia. At the outset, allow me to extend our appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Uzbekistan for their generous and gracious hospitality. We also thank the GEF Secretariat for the excellent organization of this Assembly to advance the global environmental objectives. Chair, as it was mentioned during this plenary, we meet at a decisive moment. With only a few years remaining until 2030, the international community continues to face compounding challenges of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. These challenges are mutually reinforcing in threatening the very foundations of sustainable development, human health, and well-being. Hence, our responses must also therefore be equally integrated, ambitious, and transformative. From this very perspective, Armenia welcomes the strategic discussions on the 9th replenishment of the GEF. The pledges made by donor countries demonstrate a strong confidence towards the GEF as a key multilateral mechanism for delivering global environmental benefits at a very high scale. The GEF9 represents a critical opportunity to strengthen integrated programming, facilitate access for recipient countries, and support innovative solutions that simultaneously advance nature conservation, climate resilience, and pollution reduction. As a mountainous country with a rich biodiversity, which is highly vulnerable to climate change, Armenia faces significant challenges. Rising temperatures, increasing water stress, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and pollution threaten our ecosystems and livelihoods. These challenges reinforce our conviction that the environmental action must be embedded across national development planning and economic transformation. We also recognize the importance of mobilizing finance at scale, applying innovative financial tools and blended finance, and of course attracting new resources. Above all, to be able to achieve the global environmental objectives such as the KMGBF, the Paris Agreement, the land degradation neutrality targets, and many others. Stronger partnerships, including with private sector, financial institutions, indigenous peoples and local communities, academia and civil society are most needed. GEF9 should continue to catalyze such partnerships and leverage investments capable of delivering transformative changes. Distinguished delegates, as you know, this October, Armenia will be hosting the 17th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, the COP-CBD COP17, which is tasked to deliver a very critical milestone of the first ever global review of the implementation and collective progress in implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And the task is also to facilitate a collective action towards further strengthening and enhancing the implementation of its respective targets and goals. Guided by the vision of taking action for nature, Armenia, as an incoming presidency, is strongly determined to help translate global commitments into concrete and measurable actions and outcomes for the benefit of the biodiversity, ecosystems, and at the end of the road, of course, for the benefit of the people. And we are glad to acknowledge that there are strong complementarities between the objectives of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Convention itself, but of course, and the strategic vision emerging out of the GEF9. Hence, we encourage countries to continue support for integrated, country-driven approaches that generate multiple benefits across biodiversity conservation, climate action, and pollution, which GEF could leverage further through enhanced access to finance and implementation support, and partnerships capable of delivering transformative changes. To conclude, Mr. Chair, the few remaining years before 2030 will determine whether we succeed in reversing environmental degradation and placing our societies on a sustainable path of development. Let us use this final sprint to accelerate implementation and demonstrate that collectively we can deliver that at scale of transformation that is required for the health of our planet and for the prosperity of the current and the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Armenia. We now give the floor to World Wildlife Fund, WWF. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners and friends, on behalf of WWF, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting us here in beautiful Samarkand. And before I go further, let me wish everyone a happy World Environment Day. Now, sadly, countries continue to face the growing interconnected crises of biodiversity loss, climate change and pollution, which are placing increased pressures on global economies and undermining social welfare. In this context, the Global Environment Facility remains more than ever the most effective multilateral financial mechanism to help countries translate their commitments under global environmental conventions into concrete action on the ground. There is therefore a natural partnership between WWF and the GEF. Now, for 65 years, WWF has worked to stop the degradation of Earth's natural environment so we can build a future in which humanity lives in harmony with nature. As threats to nature have evolved, so too have our approach, our science, and our partnerships. Now, the GEF makes Partnership for Conservation a reality by providing countries the unique platform to build out big programs to deliver their own country-driven environmental priorities. And what makes the GEF so powerful is not just the funding that the GEF brings to the table, it is the ability of the GEF partnership to support policy reforms, to mobilize whole-of-society approaches, leverage public and private finance, and catalyze market transformation at scale. For the last 13 years, the WWF GEF agency has had the privilege of co-creating tailor-made projects with governments from the bottom up and other partners across the world. WWF national offices and their long-experienced staff are embedded in the country's environmental solutions, from policy development to landscape approaches. WWF brings boots on the ground and expertise that helps connect global ambitions with national and local realities. Now, together with governments, communities, indigenous peoples, civil society, and the private sector, we have developed initiatives ranging from nature conservation, transboundary collaboration, of course, to tackling plastic pollution, strengthening food systems, and supporting innovative and sustainable finance mechanisms like the Project Finance for Permanence tool that ensure long-term conservation outcomes. We therefore warmly welcome the support from donors towards the GEF9 replenishment, albeit in a difficult environmental context. The new programming directions provide opportunities to build ambitious initiatives that align bilateral and multilateral funding, strengthen country ownership, and accelerate implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and other global environmental commitments. Now, we at WWF, we stand ready to work hand in hand with governments and partners to make GEF9 a success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, WWF. I now give the floor to Mongolia. Mongolia, you have the floor.
Эрхэм хурал даргалагчаа, сайднараа, эрхэм төлөөлөгчдөө, хүндэт зочдоо, та бүхэнд Дэлхийн Байгаль Орчны өдрийн мэндийг хүргэе. Энэ Дэлхийн Байгаль Орчны сангийн 8 дугаар ассамблеэд Монгол улсыг төлөөлөн үг хэлж байгаадаа баяртай байна. Түүх сүүлийн 10 жилийг бидний өгсөн амлалтаар бус, харин хэрэгжүүлж чадсан үр дүнгээр маань дүгнэх болно. Өнөөдөр олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэг урд өмнөхөөсөө илүү олон зорилт, амлалт, тунхаглаг батлаад байна. Гэвч биологийн олон янз байдал хомсдсоор, экосистемүүд дорооцсоор, орчны бохирдол нэмэгдсээр уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөөлөл улам эрчимцсээр байна. Иймээс бидний өмнө тулгарч буй бодит сорилт нь шинэ амлалт гаргахад бус, харин өгсөн амлалтаа бодит үр дүнд хүрэхэд оршиж байна. Амлалт бүр хэрэгжилтээр, зорилт бүр хөрөнгө оруулалтаар, шийдвэр бүр газар дээрх хэмжигдэхүйц үр дүнгээр баталгаажих учиртай. Уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт, биологийн олон янз байдлын алдагдал, орчны бохирдол гэсэн дэлхийн нийтийг хамарсан гурвалсан хямрал нь өнөө цагийн хамгийн том сорилтуудын нэг болоод байна. Эдгээр нь экосистемийн тогтвортой байдлыг алдагдуулж, эдийн засгийн өсөлтийг сааруулан, нийгмийн төсвөрлөх чадварыг сулруулж, улмаар хүн төрөлхтний сайн сайхан байдал, аюулгүй байдалд улам бүр заналхийлж байна. Харилцан хамаарал бүхий эдгээр сорилтыг салангад бодлого, хэсэгчилсэн арга хэмжээгээр шийдвэрлэх боломжгүй юм. Харин нэгдсэн шийдэл рүү илүү хүчирхэг түншлэл, олон талт хамтын ажиллагааны шин төвшин шаардлагатай байна. Энэ хүрээнд даян дэлхийн байгаль орчны сан нь дэлхийн байгаль орчны засаглалын хамгийн үр нөлөөтэй механизмын нэг хэвээр байна. Өнгөрсөн 30 гаруй жилийн хугацаанд тус сан, Риогийн конвенцууд болон байгаль орчны олон талт гэрээ хэлцээрүүдийн хэрэгжилтийг дэмжиж, дэлхийн хамтын нийгэмлэгийн амлалтуудыг бодит ажил хэрэг болгоход үнэтэй хувь нэмэр оруулж ирлээ. 2026 онд онцгой ач холбогдолтой жил юм. Бид доктортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудын хэрэгжилтийг шийдвэрлэх шатанд ирээд байна. Энэ бол зөвхөн хүлээсэн үүрэг амлалтаа эргэн харах ус, тэдгээр нь хүн төрөлхтөн болон их дэлхийд бодит үр дүн өгөөж өгч чадаж байгаа эсхийг үнэлэх цаг үе юм уу? Иймээс хэрэгжилтийг хурдсах, хариуцлагыг нэмэгдүүлэх, үр дүнтэй шийдлүүдийг өргөжүүлэх шаардлага урд өмнөхөөс илүү чухал болж байна. Монгол улс даян дэлхийн байгаль орчны сангийн хамтын нийгэмлэгээс санхүүжилтийн хүртээмжийг нэмэгдүүлэх, орон нутгийн иргэд, иргэний нийгэм, хувийн хвшлийн оролцоог өргөжүүлэх, түүнчлэн холимог санхүүжилт зэрэг шинжлэх санхүүгийн механизмыг нэвтрүүлэх чиглэлээр хэрэгжүүлж буй хүчин чармалтыг өндрөөр үнэлж байна. Эрхэм төлөөлөгчдөө, Монгол улс байгаль орчны засаглалыг бэхжүүлэх, доройтсон экосистемийг сэргээх, байгалийн нөөцийн тогтвортой менежментийг дэмжих, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд дасан зохицох чадварыг нэмэгдүүлэхийн төлөө тууштай ажиллаж байна. Үүний зэрэгцээ хүртээмжтэй ногоон өртгийн сүлжээг хөгжүүлэх, хиймэл оюун ухаан болон дэвшилтэт технологийн боломжийг ашиглах, байгаль дээлтэй хөрөнгө оруулалт, хувийн хвшлийн оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэхэд онцгой анхаарч байна. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын цөлжилтөө тэмцэх тухай конвенцийн талуудын 17 дугаар баг хурлыг их байгалаас сэргээе, итгэл найдвараа бадрай, уран дор зохион байгуулах орны хувьд Монгол улс эх саруудад дэлхийн хэмжээнд хэрэгжүүлэх 3 томоохон санаачлагыг эхлүүлэхээр ажиллаж байна. Үүнд бэлчээрийн тогтвортой менежментийг дэмжих санаачлага, мөн хуурай бүс нутгийн газар усны нэгдсэн удирдлагын санаачлага, мөн байгальд түшиглсэн тогтвортой дэд үтцийн санаачлагууд багтаж байна. Эдгээр санаачлага нь Риогийн конвенцууд болон байгаль орчны олон талт бусад хэлэлцээрүүдийн уялдаа холбоог бэхжүүлэхийн зэрэгцээ урт хугацааны хөрөнгө оруулалт, инновац, түншлэлийг дайчлах зорилготой юм. Ингэснээр уур амьсгал, биологийн олон янз байдал, газар ус, бохирдлын асуудлыг нэгдвэл байдлаар шийдвэрлэх нь байгаль орчин, орон нутгийн иргэд, эдийн засагт хэрхэн бодит үр өгөөж авчирч болохыг харуулахыг зорж байна. Хамтран зүтгэгчтэй даян дэлхийн байгаль орчны сангийн 9-р санхүүжилтийн циклийн амжилтыг зөвхөн дайчилсан хөрөнгийн хэмжээгээр бус, харин бий болгож чадсан өөрчлөлтөөр нь хэмжих ёстой. Амлалтаас хэрэгжилт рүү, зорилтоос бодит үр дүн рүү шилжихийн тулд улс төрийн хүсэл зориг, санхүүгийн нөөц, инновац, түншлэлээ нэгэн зорилгын төлөө нэгтгэцгээе. Монгол улс даян дэлхийн байгаль орчны сангийн 9-р циклийг биологийн олон янз байдлыг хамгаалах, бохирдлыг бууруулах, экосистемийг нөхөн сэргээх, тогтвортой хөгжлийг хурдсах, түүхэн эргэлтийн үе болгохын төлөө бүх түншүүдтэй нэгт хамтран ажиллахад бэлэн байна. Хэрэгжилтийг сонгоцгоё, түншлэлийг сонгоцгоё, бодит үр дүнг сонгоцгоё. Анхаарал хандуулсанд баярлалаа.
Thank you very much, Mongolia. I would just like to remind the Assembly participants to kindly use the rules of procedures and speak on those approved languages. We received a national statement on a national language. We will, of course, make the written statement available online, as we have done before, for the other languages that has been spoken in this plenary room. So thank you, and do expect a written statement translated in English very soon posted on the website. With that, I will now hand it back to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mongolia. I will now give the floor to Gambia. Gambia, you now have the floor.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Honorable Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegates, representative of the GEF family, the Council, and all partners. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of the Gambia, I wish to extend warm appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for the warm hospitality and to the Global Environment Facility for convening this 8th GEF Assembly under the theme, The Last Spring Towards 2030, implementing the Nature, Climate Pollution, GEF 9 Agenda. This theme captures the reality confronting humanity today, and we are running out of time, but fortunately, not out of opportunity. The choices we make now will determine whether we achieve the goals of the Rio Convention, the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, and the global commitments on pollution and sustainable development. For the Gambia, environment sustainability is not an abstract ambition. It is a matter of survival, economic resilience, and social stability. We are facing immense environmental pressure arising from rapid urbanization, land degradation, coastal erosion, biodiversity loss, pollution, unsustainable waste management, and the growing impact of climate change. Our population remains highly vulnerable to sea level rise and extreme weather events. Settlers around the coast, the coastal communities, are already experiencing the realities of climate-induced displacement and loss of livelihood. According to the 2026 World Bank Country Climate and Development Report, climate hazards are already affecting national productivity, and as a result, it is becoming increasingly costly to the economy, and this will cost 3.5% of the GDP by 2030, and progressing to about more than 9% by 2050 under the hot, dry business as usual. Excellencies, the crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution cannot be addressed in isolation, but rather requires integrated solutions that generate multiple environmental and socio-economic benefits simultaneously. And for this reason, the Gambia strongly supports the integrated programming approach of the GEF. Through our partnership with the GEF and its agencies, the Gambia has made significant strides in advancing environmental actions across multiple fronts. We have strengthened protected areas and biodiversity conservation, advanced land restoration and sustainable forest management under the Great Green Wall initiatives, enhanced climate resilience in vulnerable communities, promoted sustainable chemicals and waste management, and intensified actions against plastic pollution through policy reforms and public awareness campaigns. The ban on plastic in the Gambia, alongside the development of our 10-year National Action Plan on plastic pollution, that is to reduce plastic pollution by 80% under 10 years, demonstrates our commitment to tackling pollution at source while promoting sustainable alternatives and behavioral change. We are also investing in environmental monitoring systems, including the deployment of air quality monitoring devices across the country to support evidence-based decision-making and protect public health. Our urban resilience initiatives under the GEF 8 programming cycle, the CLIME project, represents an important step towards building climate resilience and inclusive urban systems. while ensuring that vulnerable groups, including youth, women, and persons with disabilities, are not left behind. Excellencies, as we look forward towards the GEF 9 replenishment, we believe the world requires a transformative and adequately resourced GEF 9 capable of responding to the scale and urgency of the global environmental crisis. For the Gambia, GEF 9 should prioritize increasing direct support for integrated and scalable solutions that simultaneously address climate adaptation, biodiversity conservation, land restoration, and pollution reductions. Strengthen access to climate and environmental finance for least developed countries through simplified procedures, accelerate approval processes, and enhance readiness support. Scale up investment in ecosystem restoration, coastal resilience, sustainable waste management, and circular economy initiative that creates green jobs and sustainable livelihoods. Enhance support for community-led and locally driven initiatives, recognizing that environmental sustainability cannot be achieved without empowering local communities, women, youth, and civil society. Invest in science, innovation, data systems, and technological transfer to support evidence-based planning, implementation, monitoring, and reporting mechanisms. The Gambia also calls for strong alignment and synergy among the Rio Convention and other multilateral environmental agencies, as fragmented implementation approaches increases transactional cost and reduces impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the lessons from our national experience are clear. Environmental action succeeds when it is inclusive, locally owned, nature-based, and linked directly to livelihoods and human well-being. The cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of investment. And most importantly, partnership across all players remains indispensable. In this final spring towards 2030, we must move beyond incremental actions and accelerate implementations, mobilize greater ambitions, and deliver measurable impact for people and planet. The Gambia remains committed to working with the GEF family, development agendas, and also to strengthen our regional institutions' participation. For the Gambia, we are committed to partnering with the local communities to advance a resilient, nature-positive, low pollution, and climate-secured future. We use this opportunity to thank the traditional partners of financial support to the GEF and its family, but also to the new coming donor partners, and use this opportunity to also call for a more broader base to enhance implementations for a much deserved healthy environment for all today and the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. I will now give the floor to Lebanon. Lebanon, you have the floor. Sorry, I'll give the floor to Cuba. Cuba, you have the floor.
Excelencias, acudimos a esta nueva asamblea del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial en la ancestral Samarcand, cuna de educación y aprendizaje milenario, con la urgencia de movilizar a la comunidad internacional a favor de la protección del medio ambiente y el clima, antes de que sean insolubles los daños acumulados por prácticas de consumo y producción reconocidas por la ciencia como insostenibles. Los países en desarrollo, en particular los pequeños estados insulares, ya enfrentamos inmensos desafíos en medio de las múltiples crisis agravadas desde el periodo pandémico. En la esfera ambiental son cada vez más fuertes los impactos del cambio climático, mayores las limitaciones para frenar la pérdida de biodiversidad, o lograr un manejo sostenible de los impactos de la contaminación ambiental. Un reto de semejante magnitud solo puede enfrentarse con una sólida voluntad política, el uso creciente de la ciencia y la innovación y el acceso a financiamiento climático y ambiental. Cuba, que consagró en su Constitución el derecho al medio ambiente sano y equilibrado, ha trazado metas ambiciosas para el 2030, como el incremento de la superficie boscosa hasta el 33%, la reducción gradual de plásticos de un solo uso y alcanzar el 24% de la generación eléctrica con fuentes renovables de energía. Este año, nuestro Gobierno aprobó la creación de una mesa directiva interministerial para la financiación ambiental y climática, para fortalecer la movilización de recursos internacionales y domésticos con participación de organizaciones privadas y públicas. Desde su surgimiento, los recursos aportados por el Fondo han sido relevantes para Cuba porque han permitido acceder a nuevos conocimientos, tecnologías y fortalecido numerosas instituciones y comunidades prácticamente en toda la geografía del país. De cara al nuevo ciclo, el Fondo constituye un socio estratégico para Cuba, por lo que abogamos por su consolidación, el incremento de los aportes financieros y la diversificación de su arquitectura de implementación. Distinguidos participantes, la actual administración estadounidense, a través de órdenes ejecutivas, reforzó su bloqueo contra Cuba, constituyendo la causa central de la compleja crisis que atraviesa el país por la imposibilidad de adquirir combustibles para implementar nuestros legítimos planes de desarrollo sostenible, lo que ocasiona inestabilidad en la generación de electricidad y en la transportación, debilita nuestros sistemas de alerta temprana ambientales, como la meteorología, la sismología y la radiología, afecta la gestión integrada de los residuos sólidos urbanos y lacera el normal funcionamiento de nuestra amplia red de universidades, centros educativos y de investigación científica. Esta angustiosa realidad debe ser denunciada. Concluyo recordando las palabras del líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, Fidel Castro Ruz, en Río 1992, que mantiene en plena vigencia, y cito: hay que distribuir mejor las riquezas y tecnologías disponibles en el planeta, menos lujos y menos despilfarros para que haya menos pobreza y menos hambre. Fin de la cita. Actuemos juntos por un planeta sano y que nuestra obra se aprecie en nuestros pueblos como la historia en cada madrasa de esta majestuosa ciudad de Samarcand. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Cuba. I will now give the floor to Lebanon.
Sabah al-Khair, salam alaikum. Monsieur le Président, au nom de la République libanaise, je tiens à commencer par féliciter l'Ouzbékistan pour l'accueil et l'organisation de cette assemblée. Mesdames et Messieurs, bien que modeste par sa superficie, le Liban est doté d'un patrimoine naturel d'une richesse exceptionnelle. Ses forêts, ses montagnes, ses zones humides, ses écosystèmes côtiers et marins, ainsi que ses corridors migratoires, constituent un maillon essentiel de la biodiversité régionale et de la connectivité écologique. Aujourd'hui, ce patrimoine subit des pressions croissantes. Changement climatique, dégradation des terres, appauvrissement de la biodiversité, rareté des ressources en eau, crise économique persistante et conséquences environnementales de la guerre israélienne au Liban. Les impacts ont été particulièrement dévastateurs. Selon la Banque mondiale, les pertes subies par le secteur de l'environnement à la suite de la guerre de 2023-2024 dépassent 512 millions de dollars, auxquels s'ajoutent celles de 2026. L'ampleur des dommages causés au milieu naturel s'apparente à un véritable écocide. Des milliers d'hectares de terres, de forêts et d'habitats naturels ont été détruits ou gravement endommagés, notamment à la suite de bombardements au phosphore blanc et de la pulvérisation de glyphosate sur de vastes superficies. Ces atteintes ont entraîné un recul significatif de la biodiversité, fragilisé l'équilibre écologique et accru la vulnérabilité des communautés locales. Mais malgré les défis considérables auxquels il fait face, le Liban demeure résolument engagé en faveur de l'action environnementale. Au cours des 15 derniers mois, des avancées concrètes ont été réalisées dans plusieurs domaines clés, notamment la gouvernance environnementale, la planification climatique, l'économie circulaire, la gestion des déchets solides, la réduction de plastique, le traitement durable des débris de la guerre, la lutte contre la pollution de l'air, la préservation de la biodiversité, le renforcement du réseau des aires protégées, ainsi que l'éco-citoyenneté et l'éducation verte. Dans le même temps, le Liban fait face à un impératif majeur: faire de la restauration écologique une composante centrale de la reconstruction et du relèvement après la guerre. La remise en état des milieux dégradés, la réhabilitation des terres et le rétablissement de la biodiversité ne peuvent être relégués au second plan. Ils sont indispensables à une reconstruction durable. Mesdames, Messieurs, le Liban appelle le Fonds pour l'environnement mondial et ses partenaires à soutenir la poursuite de ces réformes et de ces interventions dans les secteurs où les défis demeurent considérables, ainsi qu'accompagner la relance environnementale du pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Lebanon. But may I kindly remind the Assembly that this is not a political forum. This is a technical assembly. So may I kindly seek your indulgence to stick to the objective of our forum. But I can see that the United States have requested for the floor. I will give the floor to the US.
Can we get some, please, IT support for the US so they can use their microphone, please?
Oh, there you go.
Yes, when it's red, you can address the floor, so it should be working now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are here to engage in the GEF Assembly in non-politicized expert exchanges. This is not the forum to raise geopolitical issues, and doing so will only distract from this group's important work. We do not intend to engage in repeated back-and-forth interventions on issues that are being discussed in other fora, but I am compelled to respond briefly to an earlier intervention by Cuba. The United States wishes to state unequivocally that Cuba's statement on the blockade is false. There are multiple exemptions and authorizations under the U.S. embargo on Cuba, and the United States has for decades permitted the export to Cuba of agricultural products, medicine, medical devices, and other basic goods. We regret that Cuba has decided to use this technical meeting to make political claims, and we respectfully request a return to advancing our core technical work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, United States, for that intervention. And again, I wish to remind the forum of the understanding of this forum. This is not a political forum, but this is a technical assembly. So please confine your statement to the technical discussions that we have. Thank you. I now give the floor to Guinea-Bissau. You have the floor.
sabía que iban a reaccionar porque desde el principio estaban calientes con cambiar la política.
Can you please yes, the microphone?
Okay. Thank you. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, Excellence, Monsieur le Président, Directeur général du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de la délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de prendre la parole au nom du gouvernement de la République de la Guinée-Bissau et de transmettre les salutations de Son Excellence, le ministre de l'Environnement et de l'Action climatique, Dr. Carlos Pinto Pereira. Je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer notre profonde gratitude au gouvernement de la République d'Ouzbékistan ainsi qu'au secrétariat du FEM pour l'excellente organisation de cette 8e assemblée et pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à toutes les délégations. Le thème de cette assemblée, le dernier sprint vers 2030, mise en œuvre de l'agenda FEM 9 pour la nature, le climat et la pollution, revêt d'une importance particulière pour la Guinée-Bissau, un pays fortement exposé aux effets du changement climatique, à la dégradation des écosystèmes et à la pollution, malgré sa faible contribution aux émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre. Les effets du changement climatique se font sentir avec une intensité croissante dans notre pays. Dans la région de l'Est et du Nord, la désertification progresse rapidement, entraînant l'assèchement de nombreuses réserves naturelles de l'eau douce, la dégradation des terres et une baisse de la productivité agricole. La culture de l'anacardier, principale source d'exportation et de revenus de milliers de familles bissau-guinéennes, subit déjà des conséquences d'irrégularités de précipitations et de l'augmentation de la température. Les pâturages se raréfient, mettant en péril les moyens de subsistance des communautés rurales et accentuant leur vulnérabilité. Parallèlement, l'érosion côtière et l'élévation du niveau de la mer menacent les communautés littorales ainsi que des écosystèmes d'importance mondiale, notamment les mangroves et les aires protégées qui constituent un patrimoine exceptionnel de biodiversité. Face à ces défis, la Guinée-Bissau demeure pleinement engagée dans la mise en œuvre des accords multilatéraux sur l'environnement et dans la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Notre pays poursuit les efforts pour intégrer les considérations climatiques dans les politiques publiques, promouvoir énergie renouvelable, renforcer la résilience des communautés vulnérables et préserver son capital naturel. À cet égard, nous exprimons notre profonde reconnaissance au Fonds pour l'environnement mondial pour son appui constant à travers les projets mis en œuvre dans le domaine de la biodiversité, d'adaptation au changement climatique, de la gestion durable des terres, de la gestion intégrée des zones côtières, ainsi que la gestion des produits chimiques et des déchets. Alors que nous entamons le cycle FEM 9, la Guinée-Bissau aspire à renforcer davantage cette coopération afin d'accélérer les investissements transformateurs capables de restaurer les écosystèmes dégradés, d'améliorer le système d'alerte précoce, de développer des énergies renouvelables et de consolider la résilience climatique des populations les plus vulnérables. Excellences, la compte au rebut vers 2030 est désormais lancée. Pour atteindre nos objectifs communs, nous devons transformer nos engagements en résultats concrets sur le terrain. Cela exige une mobilisation accentuée, accrue, des ressources un accès simplifié au financement environnemental et climatique, ainsi qu'un renforcement des capacités des pays les plus vulnérables. La Guinée-Bissau réaffirme sa détermination à travailler à côté du FEM, de ses agences partenaires et de l'ensemble des communautés internationales pour promouvoir un développement durable, résilient et inclusif au bénéfice des générations présentes et futures. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much. Before continuing with the list of speakers, we have 20 remaining speakers, and I just want to remind participants to be mindful of the suggested 3 minutes time. Allow me to read the 20 of them. If you're in the room, we will benefit if you could come to the sofas here to your left, so we can swiftly bring you to the podium. So now allow me to read the countries. Next we have Sudan, Panama, Rwanda, Botswana, Uruguay, Lesotho, Liberia, Peru, Belize, Honduras. Then we have GEF agencies, FAO, IFAD, UNIDO, IUCN, BOAD, EBRD, and 3 conventions: Minamata Convention on Mercury, Convention on Wetlands, Ramsar, and BRS. So with that said, thank you for your support, to be mindful of the time. Now I hand it back to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good morning for you all. Mr. Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting this an important assembly meeting and for warm welcoming, as well as let me extend my thanks to GEF Council, GEF Secretariat for giving us an opportunity to participate in this an important meeting. On the occasion of World Environment Day, I greet you all for this climate and for climate action, and especially greeting for the people of Uzbekistan, this kind, friendly, warm-hearted, and peace or loving peace nation. We truly felt that during our visit to this city. Mr. Chair, the delegation of the Republic of Sudan is pleased to extend its sincere appreciation to the Global Environment Facility for continued partnership and support to our country. We particularly thank the Secretariat for the proposal to enhance national coordination put towards at the Addis Ababa meeting. Distinguished delegates, Sudan faces intertwined environmental and humanitarian channels, from desertification and water scarcity to biodiversity loss and recurrent climate disasters. In addition to that, as you are aware, the ongoing war reflects negatively on the environment, which add extreme burden to the environment obligations towards mayors. Despite these conditions, we remain committed to fulfilling our national and international obligations under all environmental conventions. Mr. Chair, allow me to briefly highlight our practical progress with the Global Environment Facility. First, we currently have several projects under implementation in cooperation with GEF implementing agencies, focusing on restoring degraded lands, sustainably managing natural resources, and enhancing the resilience of rural communities. Second, we submitted a package of strategic project proposal under the GEF 8 cycle, which are now in the final stage of the approval. We hope for expedited approval to enable implementation to begin. Third, and most importantly, in response to the facility's recommendation in Addis Ababa meeting, we established a high-level national coordination mechanism, the National Steering Committee for GEF, and successfully convened its inaugural session. The meeting endorsed 4 national priority projects to be submitted under the GEF 9 cycle. This step demonstrates our commitment to national ownership and effective coordination among all partners. Mr. Chair, based on the above, we call on the Global Environment Facility to first support expedited approval of GEF 8 projects and their transition to be implemented. Give due consideration to the proposed project under 4 focal areas of GEF 9 projects and allocate the necessary resources in recognition of the national efforts invested in their preparation through the new mechanism. Ensure financing flexibility that takes into account Sudan's special circumstances and simplify access procedures for support. Invest in national capacity building to guarantee project sustainability and local ownership. We believe Sudan represents a genuine opportunity to deliver wide environmental impacts across the region. We reaffirm our readiness to work closely with the Secretariat and implementing agency to ensure effective and transparent implementation. In conclusion, Sudan renews its commitment to collective action for a healthier and more sustainable planet for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. I now give the floor to Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Excelencias, señor presidente, distinguidos jefes de delegación, en nombre de la República de Panamá, agradecemos la oportunidad de participar en esta octava asamblea en un momento decisivo para la acción ambiental global. El agua es un recurso esencial para la vida, ya que sostiene los ecosistemas, la biodiversidad y las actividades humanas en todo el planeta. El agua desempeña un papel fundamental en nuestro país, al permitir dotar de agua a más de la mitad de nuestra población y permitir el funcionamiento de la importante vía interoceánica que conecta a los océanos Atlántico y Pacífico, el Canal de Panamá, facilitando así el comercio y la comunicación entre los continentes. Gracias a esta conectividad, millones de toneladas de mercancías circulan cada año entre distintos países, fortaleciendo la economía global, reduciendo las distancias y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Más aún, nuestro pequeño país alberga una extraordinaria biodiversidad con bosques tropicales, ríos, humedales que sirven de hábitat para numerosas especies de plantas y animales. La conservación de los recursos hídricos y de estos ecosistemas es clave para garantizar el agua para nuestras poblaciones, la protección de nuestra riqueza natural y el funcionamiento sostenible del Canal de Panamá. Nos encontramos en una década determinante para acelerar soluciones concretas frente a la triple crisis planetaria de cambio climático, pérdida de biodiversidad y contaminación. Panamá considera estos desafíos requieren respuestas cada vez más integradas. Todos los problemas ambientales están profundamente conectados. Nuestras políticas, instituciones y mecanismos de financiamiento deben reflejar esa realidad. Bajo este enfoque, avanzamos en la implementación del Pacto de Panamá con la Naturaleza, o mejor conocido como el Nature Pledge, nuestro marco nacional integrado para articular los compromisos del país bajo las 3 convenciones de Río en una sola estrategia hacia el 2035, alineando conservación, acción climática, restauración y desarrollo sostenible bajo una visión común. Como país carbono negativo y puente del mundo y puente biológico del continente, hemos colocado la protección de la naturaleza en el centro de nuestra visión en el desarrollo. Actualmente protegemos más del 32% de nuestro territorio terrestre y más del 54% de nuestras áreas marinas, contribuyendo significativamente a la conservación de la biodiversidad y al mantenimiento de los servicios ecosistémicos de la importancia global. Asimismo, para nosotros es importante fomentar una reflexión internacional sobre los derechos de la naturaleza, como un enfoque que contribuye a fortalecer la gobernanza ambiental y reconocer el papel de los ecosistemas para nuestras sociedades. La implementación de esta visión requiere mecanismos financieros capaces de acompañar el compromiso de largo plazo y generar continuidad más allá de los ciclos políticos. En esa línea, estamos avanzando en la estructuración del Fondo Panamá Natural, como una herramienta para movilizar recursos sostenibles que fortalezcan la conservación, la restauración ecológica y el desarrollo de las comunidades que contribuyen a la protección de nuestro patrimonio natural. Valoramos como un socio estratégico clave para acelerar este tipo de esfuerzos al GEF. De cara a la 90ª reposición, consideramos importante fortalecer el acceso oportuno y simplificado al financiamiento para los países en desarrollo, así como para continuar promoviendo mecanismos que faciliten la implementación de las agendas de forma integrada, reconociendo los desafíos ambientales que están profundamente interconectados y requieren respuestas igualmente articuladas. La ventana para actuar antes del 2030 se está reduciendo rápidamente. Necesitamos fortalecer la cooperación, acelerar la implementación y asegurar que nuestros esfuerzos colectivos se traduzcan en resultados concretos para personas y para la naturaleza. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Panama. I now give the floor to Rwanda. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, distinguished council members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, let me express our gratitude to the GEF for generously inviting Rwanda to the 8th GEF Assembly and to the Uzbekistan government for graciously hosting us and for the warm hospitality. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the Global Environment Facility for its continued partnership and leadership in addressing the interconnected challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For Rwanda, the GEF has been a trusted partner in advancing our vision of becoming a climate resilient, low carbon, and sustainable economy as outlined in our Green Growth and Climate Resilient Strategy and reinforced through our National Determined Contribution and the second National Strategy for Transformation, our NST2, and the National Adaptation Plan. Through successive replenishment cycles, GEF investments have generated transformative environmental, social, and economic benefits across the country. Under GEF 6,
For example, through the Ecosystem Restoration Integrated Program, Rwanda restored degraded ecosystems within the Mukura, Gishwati, and Ibandamakira landscapes and other remnant forests, strengthening biodiversity conservation, enhancing ecosystem services, increasing carbon sequestration, and improving community livelihoods. Under the GEF-7, Rwanda is rehabilitating 5 wetlands in Kigali City, contributing to urban resilience, flood risk reduction, biodiversity conservation, and improved living conditions for urban communities. Most recently, under the GEF-8, Rwanda secured approximately USD 9.1 million to support landscape restoration, biodiversity conservation, and ecological connectivity within the Nyungwe-Ruhango corridor. These investments contribute to the achievement of Rwanda's NDC targets, particularly those related to ecosystem restoration, sustainable land management, climate resilience, and greenhouse gas emission reductions. They also support the implementation of Rwanda's National Adaptation Plan, which identifies ecosystem-based adaptation, resilient landscapes, water security, and sustainable livelihoods as critical priorities for building resilience to climate change. As we approach 2030, Rwanda believes that the challenge before us is no longer one of ambition, but one of implementation at scale. Rwanda's experience demonstrates that environmental sustainability and economic development are mutually reinforcing. Investments in natural capital generate measurable economic returns while strengthening resilience, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. Through innovative mechanisms such as the Rwanda Green Fund, the IREME Invest, and the Rwanda Wildlife Conservation Bond, we are demonstrating how public concession and private finance can be leveraged to support nature-positive and climate-resilient development. To deliver our NDCs and NAP commitments, Rwanda estimated that approximately $11 billion was required between the period 2010 to 2030. In response, our climate and nature finance strategy aimed to mobilize $6.2 billion and position Rwanda as a leading green investment hub in Africa. Achieving these ambitions will require strong partnerships and catalytic financing mechanisms, such as the GEF. As discussions on the 9th replenishment advance, Rwanda would like to highlight 4 priorities. First, GEF-9 should strengthen support for integrated programming that simultaneously address biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation, and pollution, recognizing that these challenges are deeply interconnected and require coordinated solutions. Second, greater attention should be given to project preparation and country platforms. Many developing countries have ambitious NDCs and national adaptation plans, but lack sufficient resources to transform those priorities into investment-ready projects capable of attracting large-scale financing. Third, the GEF-9 should continue to catalyze innovative and branded finance approaches that strategically deploy concessional resources to mobilize significantly greater volumes of private capital for climate and nature investments. Fourth, local communities, women, youth, and vulnerable groups must remain at the center of implementation efforts, ensuring that environmental actions deliver lasting socio-economic and resilient benefits while supporting locally led adaptation. For least developed countries, predictable, accessible, and flexible financing remains essential for implementing NDCs, national adaptation plans, and biodiversity commitments. We therefore encourage an ambitious GEF9 replenishment that is responsive to country needs and capable of supporting transformational change at the pace and scale required. Rwanda stands ready to work with the GEF partnership and all stakeholders to accelerate implementation, scale innovation, mobilize investment, and deliver measurable results for people, nature, and the planet. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Rwanda. I kindly remind the floor that we have to stick to our time, to our 3-minute slot, as we are moving beyond our allocated time. I now give the floor to Botswana. Botswana, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Botswana extends its appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan and its people for the warm hospitality and hosting in this beautiful city of Samarkand. Botswana also expresses and extends sincere gratitude to the Global Environment Facility for having hosted its second GEF9 replenishment meeting in Botswana in October last year. It was really a privilege for Botswana to host and welcome delegates from around the world and to showcase our natural capital, including the Chobe ecosystem and the Kavango-Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area. Excellencies, Botswana has benefited immensely from the GEF, from the past funding cycles, and funds allocated have been utilized in projects that have impacted on sustainable community livelihoods, sustainable land management, protected area management, biodiversity conservation, resilience building, wetland management, and on strengthening the integration of environment into decision-making across sectors. At this point, Botswana extends great appreciation to countries that have provided funding to the GEF, thus enabling for countries such as ours to effectively participate in efforts towards a better world for all. Excellencies, Botswana welcomes the GEF9 replenishment package and its programmatic focus areas. To us, this is an opportunity to continue with our priority programs of improving our management of protected areas, greening our economy and land, reducing land degradation, building resilience, and improving sustainable community benefits from our rich natural resource base. Botswana has about 40% of its land under protected area status. We also have greatly improved our wildlife numbers, among them elephants. These conservation successes have come with challenges, including affecting the ability of communities to sustain their livelihoods. When farm produce is almost ready for harvest, elephants raid the farms and leave the farmer with nothing but poverty. Predators also kill livestock. Those are some of the pains of increased wildlife numbers, but we will continue to work towards increasing them. These real-life challenges brought about by our success in conservation require us to explore alternative livelihood options and solutions for affected communities. And we will utilize some of our GEF resources to address this problem in order to maintain a balance between community economic needs and biodiversity conservation objectives. At this point, we invite interested partners to support us and work with us in projects that are geared towards alternative livelihoods and creating a balance between community economic needs and conservation objectives. As I conclude, Botswana takes this moment to thank the Tropical Biology Association for their assistance in enabling for us to build capacity in the monitoring and management of GEF projects. Importantly, Botswana also extends its appreciation to Pew Charitable Trusts and the Enduring Earth Partnership for having chosen Botswana to participate in the Project for Finance Permanence Initiative, which aligns and complements the work of the Global Environment Facility. I thank you.
Thank you, Botswana. I'll now give the floor to Uruguay.
Señor Presidente, Uruguay quisiera expresar su agradecimiento al Gobierno y al pueblo de Uzbekistán por su cálida hospitalidad y por la exitosa organización de este evento. Asimismo, un gran reconocimiento a la Secretaría del GEF por su excelente labor, así como al staff y a las agencias implementadoras. Un especial agradecimiento a los países donantes por sus contribuciones y a todos los socios que hacen posible esta plataforma única de cooperación multilateral para enfrentar los desafíos ambientales globales. Deseamos destacar la exitosa implementación de los proyectos GEF a nivel nacional y que hemos completado la programación de los recursos del GEF 8. Los resultados reflejan un firme compromiso de nuestro país con el cumplimiento de sus obligaciones internacionales y con una ejecución de proyectos eficiente, transparente y orientada a resultados transversales. Estas iniciativas fortalecen nuestras capacidades y contribuyen de manera concreta a la conservación de la biodiversidad, a la acción climática y la descarbonización, a la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales, incluso en aguas internacionales compartidas, al manejo racional de químicos y residuos y a la promoción de modelos de desarrollo más resilientes, sostenibles e inclusivos. Señor Presidente, mirando hacia el futuro, entendemos fundamental continuar fortaleciendo la capacidad de todos los países en desarrollo para contribuir a las metas ambientales globales. En ese sentido, realizamos un llamado a revisar el piso mínimo del STAR y proponemos elevarlo a $8 millones en el GEF 10, para todos aquellos estados que aún no lo han alcanzado. Esta medida podría ser un primer paso para lograr una mayor equidad en el acceso a los recursos disponibles, con el fin de poder responder simultáneamente a los múltiples desafíos interrelacionados, los cuales son cada vez más complejos. Por otro lado, cuando existan fondos no utilizados, solicitamos se otorgue la prioridad para su acceso a los países con menos asignaciones bajo el STAR. Nos enfrentamos a una triple crisis planetaria y nuestras soluciones deben ser creativas e innovadoras. Por ello, Uruguay reitera su firme respaldo con los objetivos del GEF y celebra que el fondo evolucione en consecuencia. Respecto al GEF 9, quisiéramos destacar el valor estratégico de los programas integrados, capaces de promover soluciones transformadoras y coordinadas entre diversos actores y MEAs. Confiamos que estos programas y las finanzas combinadas generarán un efecto multiplicador. En este marco, Uruguay abogará por incrementar la escala y el impacto de los proyectos, al tiempo de potenciar y complementar acciones nacionales y regionales existentes, con efectos transformadores en los territorios y en la sociedad. A largo plazo, identificamos áreas de trabajo clave, como el desarrollo de ciudades sostenibles, teniendo en cuenta que nos encontramos transitando nuestra segunda transformación energética. Esto junto a una gestión ambientalmente racional de los residuos. el fortalecimiento de los sistemas alimentarios, considerando nuestra contribución a la seguridad alimentaria global, con productos de alta calidad, que cumplen con los más altos estándares internacionales. El manejo de sequías para reducir sus impactos negativos, así como acciones relacionadas con la reducción de la contaminación por plásticos y la promoción de cadenas de suministros libres de contaminación. Para Uruguay, el desarrollo productivo, la inclusión social y la protección del ambiente constituyen pilares de una política de Estado integrada. Nuestras políticas públicas están alineadas con los compromisos ambientales internacionales y se implementan a través de estrategias transversales, interministeriales e intersectoriales con participación pública. Se basan en enfoques de derechos humanos y de equidad de género. Promueven además la incorporación de ciencia, tecnología e innovación, buscando generar beneficios para toda la población. Finalmente, subrayamos la importancia de robustecer la base científica que sustenta nuestras decisiones. La ciencia constituye un pilar indispensable para la formulación de políticas eficaces, evaluación de resultados e identificación de nuevas amenazas ambientales. En este sentido, vemos con especial interés la posibilidad de fortalecer el Global Framework on Chemicals y avanzar en el abordaje de la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. Asimismo, alentamos a generar nuevos espacios que permitan una colaboración más estrecha entre Estados, el STAP y los 3 paneles científicos intergubernamentales, a efectos de asegurar que nuestras decisiones produzcan impactos positivos a largo plazo en las 3 dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible, para las generaciones presentes y futuras. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Uruguay. I now give the floor to Lesotho. Lesotho, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, on behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I extend our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Uzbekistan for their hospitality, and to the Global Environment Facility family for its continued partnership in advancing sustainable development in least developed countries, with a special recognition for GEF donor countries. Lesotho has benefited from GEF funding across all GEF focal areas. Through these interventions, we have gained important lessons. First, country ownership is essential. Projects that are well aligned with national priorities, such as our National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan and National Adaptation Plan, have delivered stronger and more sustainable outcomes. Second, integrated approaches yield greater impact. In Lesotho's fragile mountain ecosystems, we have learned that addressing land degradation, water security, and livelihoods together is far more effective than isolated interventions. Third, capacity building and institutional strengthening remain critical. While progress has been made, limited technical and financial capacity continues to affect implementation speed and long-term sustainability. Fourth, access to finance must be simplified and accelerated. As a least developed country, lengthy procedures can delay urgent action in the face of climate vulnerability. Looking ahead to GEF 9, Lesotho has clear expectations. We underscore the importance of enhanced and predictable financing tailored to the needs of least developed countries with increased grant-based resources. Flexibility in programming will be essential to respond to evolving climate risks. We also emphasize the importance of scaling transformative solutions. For Lesotho, this includes climate-resilient agriculture and landscape restoration to combat soil erosion and desertification while improving food security. Nature-based solution for water security, protecting our critical highland watersheds, which are vital not only for Lesotho but for the wider region. Renewable energy expansion, particularly decentralized solar solutions, to reduce reliance on imported energy and support green growth. Sustainable livelihoods and green value chains, especially for rural communities, women and youth. Finally, there is a need for stronger private sector engagement alongside the adoption of innovative financing mechanisms. We call for strengthened support for innovation, technology transfer, and data systems, enabling countries like Lesotho to implement scalable solutions effectively. Excellencies, as a mountainous and climate vulnerable nation, Lesotho stands ready to be a laboratory for integrated, scalable, and nature-positive solutions. Through GEF 9, we can transform vulnerability into resilience and opportunity. We reaffirm our commitment to working closely with the GEF and partners to deliver measurable global environment benefits while improving the lives of our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Lesotho. I'll now give the floor to Liberia. Liberia, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Liberia, I wish to express our profound appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the warm hospitality, excellent arrangement, and gracious reception extended to us since our arrival in the historic and beautiful city of Samarkand. Liberia is honored to participate in this important gathering of the Global Environment Facility under the timely and compelling theme, delivering economies in which people and planet strive together. This theme speaks directly to the challenge before us, how to build economies that create prosperity, protect nature, strengthen resilience, and leave no one behind. Today, the world faces interconnected environmental crises, climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, deforestation, and the destruction of wetlands are no longer a distant threat. They are daily realities affecting our food security, water system, coastal communities, public health, and the livelihood of millions of people, particularly in developing and climate-vulnerable countries. For Liberia, these challenges are both national and global. As a highly forested country, home to a significant portion of the remaining Upper Guinean forest ecosystem, Liberia continues to play an important role in global biodiversity conservation and climate regulations. At the same time, our coastal cities and communities are facing increased threats from sea level rise, coastal erosion, flooding, and extreme weather events. These impacts are placing growing pressure on lives, livelihood, infrastructure, and national development. The Global Environment Facility remains one of the most important multilateral financing mechanisms for supporting countries in responding to these environmental challenges. Through its replenishment cycle, the GEF has enabled developing countries, including Liberia, to advance practical actions across climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, chemical and waste, and sustainable forest management. In Liberia, GEF support has contributed to important national priorities, including coastal protection, climate-resilient agriculture, rehabilitation of hydrometeorological systems, biodiversity conservation, knowledge management, and the integration of environmental sustainability into national development planning. These investments are helping Liberia strengthen resilience, protect ecosystems, and support communities that are most exposed to climate and environmental risks. Despite these important achievements, the scale of the challenge continues to exceed the resources currently available. Developing countries require predictable, adequate, and accessible financing to implement our national determined contributions, national adaptation plan, land degradation, neutrality targets, and commitment under the common mutual global biodiversity framework. We also require technology transfer, capacity building, data systems, and institutional strengthening to ensure global commitment translate into measurable results on the ground. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of His Excellency Joseph Nyiman Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia, the government of Liberia reaffirms its strong commitment to the objective of the Global Environment Facility and to the shared global vision of a healthier planet and a more resilient economy. In furtherance of this commitment, Liberia has constituted its GEF National Committee and convened its inaugural meeting to strengthen national coordination, transparency, oversight, and accountability in the programming and implementation of GEF resources. This renewed national architecture is primarily important as we prepare for the ninth replenishment cycle of the GEF. Liberia extends sincere appreciation to all contributing countries that supported the 8th replenishment cycle of the GEF. We respectfully call on developing partners and member states to demonstrate even greater ambition in the 9th replenishment. Increased support to the GEF, including the least developed country funds and other dedicated financing windows, is essential if vulnerable countries are to respond effectively to the growing environmental and climate emergency. As we look forward, Liberia encourages the GEF partnership to continue prioritizing country ownership, simplify access, project approval on a faster rate, stronger support for least developed countries, and greater alignment with national development priorities. For countries like Liberia, environmental protection is not separate from development. It is central for food security, job creation, public health, infrastructure protection, peace, and long-term prosperity. Let this assembly and council meeting in Samarkand City send a strong message that the world can no longer choose between people and planet. We must deliver economies in which both strive together. Liberia stands ready to work with the GEF family, development partner, constituency members, and all nations represented here to advance this shared mission. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Liberia. I now give the floor to Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Buenas, perfecto. Buenos días, Chair, Noemí, buenos días. A todos los representantes de los países miembros del GEF, a las agencias implementadoras, representantes de la sociedad civil, de los pueblos indígenas, de los jóvenes y a todos los presentes. El Perú quiere agradecer al gobierno de Uzbekistán por la excelente organización de los múltiples eventos en el marco del GEF 2026. En nombre del Ministerio del Ambiente del Perú, reiteramos el rol estratégico del GEF como plataforma de articulación global y su capacidad para generar alianzas entre gobiernos, convenciones, organismos internacionales, banca multilateral, sector privado y otros fondos como el Green Climate Fund y el Adaptation Fund. Por ello, reiteramos la importancia de fortalecer la complementariedad entre los mecanismos financieros internacionales. Solo con inversiones sostenibles y coordinadas podremos implementar proyectos que generen desarrollo con beneficios sociales y ambientales, reales y medibles. A nivel nacional, desde el Ministerio del Ambiente estamos alineando nuestras prioridades con oportunidades de inversión sostenible. Este año reactivamos la Mesa Verde, un espacio que el Perú impulsa desde hace más de una década para articular la cooperación internacional con nuestras prioridades nacionales ambientales, bajo principios de eficacia, corresponsabilidad y transparencia. Asimismo, presentamos por primera vez nuestra cartera de inversiones ambientales en un roadshow de inversiones. Con ello buscamos atraer al sector privado y fortalecer la alianza público y privada para canalizar recursos hacia inversiones ambientales prioritarias, como lo son las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza dentro y fuera de áreas naturales protegidas y la gestión de los residuos sólidos, incluyendo el plástico. Todo este avance lo hemos hecho porque estamos particularmente interesados en estructurar estas inversiones bajo esquemas de blended finance, usando recursos complementarios públicos y de la cooperación internacional para reducir el riesgo de los proyectos y movilizar mayor inversión privada a gran escala. De cara a la reposición del GEF 9, el Perú ha priorizado su trabajo en los programas integrados relacionados a paisajes marino-costeros y economía azul, sistemas alimentarios sostenibles, resiliencia climática y cuencas altas en montaña y un fortalecimiento a la gestión integrada de la economía circular. Finalmente, el Perú reafirma su compromiso con un GEF sólido, eficaz y centrado en resultados. Estamos listos para seguir contribuyendo a esta agenda común. Quiero terminar mi discurso deseándoles un feliz Día Mundial del Ambiente en Samarcanda. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Peru. I now give the floor to Honduras. Honduras, you have the floor.
Distinguidas delegaciones, representantes del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial, amigas y amigos. Honduras saluda con respeto y gratitud al pueblo y al gobierno de Uzbekistán por recibirnos en esta ciudad histórica de Samarcanda, cruce de civilizaciones, de rutas, de memorias y después de esta asamblea, también un lugar donde se cruzan la esperanza de los 186 países que componen el GEF. Venimos desde Centroamérica, desde un país pequeño en territorio, pero inmenso en biodiversidad, en agua, en bosques, en montañas, en pueblos originarios, en juventud y en dignidad. Honduras no viene a esta asamblea solo a hablar de vulnerabilidad. Venimos a hablar de responsabilidad compartida, porque los países como el nuestro no somos los mayores responsables de la crisis ambiental global, pero sí estamos entre quienes primero sienten sus consecuencias. Sequías más duras en el corredor seco, inundaciones más violentas en el Caribe degradaciones de los suelos, pérdida de biodiversidad, presión sobre nuestras comunidades costeras, campesinas e indígenas. Cada hectárea que se pierde en nuestros bosques no solo es una estadística ambiental, es agua que deja de nacer, es alimento que deja de producirse, es una comunidad que queda más expuesta, es una niña o un niño que hereda un país más frágil. Por eso Honduras reafirma ante esa asamblea su compromiso con una acción ambiental integral, proteger la biodiversidad, restaurar las tierras degradadas, conservar nuestros bosques, reducir la contaminación, fortalecer la seguridad hídrica y construir resiliencia climática entre los territorios. Pero también queremos decirlo con claridad. La ambición ambiental necesita medios reales de implementación. No podemos pedir más resultados con menos recursos. No podemos hablar de metas globales mientras los países altamente vulnerables enfrentan barreras para acceder a financiamiento oportuno, flexible y suficiente. En el marco del GEF 9, Honduras hace un llamado a la arquitectura financiera internacional que reconozca mejor la realidad de los países de renta media altamente vulnerables. El ingreso per cápita no puede ser el único lente para medir las necesidades de un país. También deben pesar la magnitud de sus beneficios ambientales globales, su biodiversidad, sus recursos ecosistémicos, su exposición climática y los costos crecientes de proteger bienes que son patrimonio de para toda la humanidad. Para Honduras, el GEF ha sido y debe seguir siendo un socio estratégico. Queremos una cartera más ordenada, más transparente, más alineada con prioridades nacionales, más cercana a las comunidades. Queremos proyectos que no vivan solo en documentos, sino que se sientan en los ríos, en los bosques, en las fincas, en las costas, en las áreas protegidas y en la vida cotidiana de nuestra gente. Hoy, desde Samarcanda, Honduras reafirma una convicción. No hay desarrollo posible si destruimos la naturaleza que sostiene la vida. Y no habrá justicia ambiental si quienes menos contaminaron son quienes más solos quedan frente a las crisis. Por eso, llamamos a esa asamblea a acelerar el paso hacia el 2030, con más cooperación, más equidad, más confianza y más acción. Honduras está lista para hacer su parte, cuidar su territorio, aportar soluciones y trabajar con el GEF, con las agencias y con los países hermanos, con los pueblos indígenas, con la juventud, con las mujeres y con las comunidades que todos los días defienden la vida en primera línea. Permítanme cerrar con las palabras de Guillermo Anderson, una de las voces más queridas de Honduras, que le cantó a nuestra tierra, a nuestros pueblos y a la fuerza sencilla de sembrar futuro. Solo la alegría de sembrar nos trae vida. Si hasta el árbol más grande una vez fue semilla, a cada esfuerzo algún día le llegará su canción. Honduras cree en esa siembra, cree en la cooperación que germina, cree en la justicia ambiental que da frutos y cree que si actuamos juntos a cada esfuerzo de nuestros pueblos, también les llegará su canción. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Honduras. I now give the floor to FAO. FAO, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the government and people of Uzbekistan for so ably hosting this meeting. FAO is proud to join the Global Environment Facility at its 8th Assembly and at the start of its 9th replenishment. With the 2030 goalpost approaching fast, countries need solutions that can deliver for people, climate, biodiversity, land, environment at the same time. For FAO, that means placing agri-food systems at the center of action. Agri-food systems connect many of the solutions we are here to scale up, building resilience to a changing climate, protecting food security, reducing emission, and halting biodiversity loss and land degradation. These global goals are deeply connected to how we produce, process, and consume food, and to how we help the people behind food on our table. This is the clear common ground between FAO and GEF. Over the past 2 decades, the FAO-GEF partnership has shown what it means in practice. Together, we have helped farmers become more resilient to climate extremes and protected livelihoods of rural communities. We have brought degraded land and ecosystems back to life and cut emissions, while at the same time producing affordable, diverse, and nutritious food. This partnership has now reached 140 countries with more than USD 2 billion in GEF financing and USD 13.5 billion in co-financing. Just as importantly, the way we work has evolved. We have moved away from standalone projects toward approaches that look at the whole systems, from market incentives and value chains to policy, finance, and local capacity. This shift is already visible in our integrated programs in food systems, dryland sustainable landscapes, critical forest biomes, and clean and healthy oceans. Across these areas, FAO and GEF are helping countries scale up practical solutions such as agroecology, agroforestry, ecosystem restoration, integrated land and water management, and source-to-sea strategies. Looking forward to GEF 9, we have an opportunity to go further, to connect across sectors and levels the priority actions of our countries, to align policies across environmental, agricultural, and economic fronts, and to bring in new partners and private investment where they can make a difference. FAO remains committed to working with the GEF and our member countries to deliver integrated agri-food systems solutions for a healthy planet, healthy people. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO. I now give the floor to IFAD. IFAD, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues. On behalf of the International Fund of Agricultural Development, IFAD, thank you to the government of Uzbekistan, first of all, for hosting us here in Samarkand, and the GEF Secretariat, of course, for convening this assembly. It is fitting that this 8th assembly is held in Central Asia. Few regions illustrate the people-nature nexus as clearly. The exhibits in the Green Expo next door that Uzbekistan is hosting shows how the sustainable use of nature can also deliver green jobs and a broad range of economic opportunities, particularly for the youth of the region. IFAD has been a GEF agency for a quarter of a century, and today our active joint portfolio runs to more than 270 million across 50 projects. As an international financial institution, we are able to leverage this funding with an additional 1.9 billion of co-financing, so 10 times. We co-lead the Food System Integrated Program with FAO, a US dollar 282 million in GEF financing and about an additional 2 billion in co-financing again, spread over 32 countries. This is what the partnership delivers: integrated rural solutions in the places where climate and biodiversity stakes are highest, but also bringing together civil society, private sector, financial institutions and governments to implement systemic change. IFAD's niche in the GEF family is the agricultural first mile, as we call it. IFAD is the international financial institution for the first mile. Small-scale producers grow about a third of the world's food. They are the people also most exposed to drought, flood and biodiversity loss. And they are the people whose investments and choices determine whether the Kunming, Montreal, Paris and Rio targets
actually translate into outcomes on the ground. IFAD's mandate, our presence in 92 countries, and our approach to nature, underpinned by our recently approved integrated climate, environmental, and biodiversity strategy, give the GEF a transformational delivery channel into rural areas that few other partners can match. So IFAD welcomes the GEF 9 ambitions, whose pathways are so closely aligned with those of our own work in IFAD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IFAD. Now I give the floor to UNIDO. UNIDO, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you on behalf of UNIDO, the UN agency responsible for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, at this very important moment for the Global Environment Facility and its partners. Let me begin by congratulating the GEF and all partners on the successful finalization of the GEF 9 replenishment. This significant milestone comes at a decisive time as countries work to accelerate progress toward global environmental goals, while also advancing inclusive and sustainable development. UNIDO is proud of its long-standing partnership with the GEF. Over the years, our cooperation has helped countries transform industries, promote cleaner production, improve energy efficiency, advance circular economy, address chemicals and waste, and deliver benefits for people, economies, and the planet. This partnership is grounded in a shared understanding. Global environmental benefits must be delivered through real economic transformation. Industries, SMEs, value chains, industrial parks, energy systems, standards, technologies, and private investment are all central to this transformation. Looking ahead to GEF 9, this agenda becomes even more important. The scale of the triple planetary crisis requires us to move from fragmented interventions to integrated approaches that align policies, institutions, financing, and implementation. This is where whole of government and whole of society approaches are essential. UNIDO's experience with its program for country partnership offers a strong foundation for this agenda. Across 5 regions, UNIDO supports government-led platforms that bring ministries of industry, finance, planning, environment, energy, agriculture, and trade together with development partners, financial institutions, and the private sector. This experience shows that whole-of-government approaches are more effective when they are anchored in national ownership, connected to investment pipelines, and translated into practical action on the ground. Building on this experience, UNIDO sees a clear opportunity under GEF 9 to develop a more integrated action platform for green and resilient industrial transformation. Such a platform will help countries align GEF programming with national industrial priorities, identify policies and institutional bottlenecks, mobilize public and private finance. Crucially, it will accelerate implementation across the circular economy, sustainable supply chains, industrial decarbonization, the bioeconomy, and the vital nexus of industry, water, food, and biodiversity. This is where the UNIDO-GEF partnership can make a powerful contribution to GEF 9. UNIDO stands ready to bring its technical expertise, convening power, and robust partnership with businesses, banks, and international financial institutions to help LDCs, SEEDs, and middle-income countries mobilize investment, spark innovation, and secure environmental sustainability. Our ambition is to ensure that GEF-9 programming is environmentally ambitious, but also nationally owned, investment-ready, and development-oriented. By linking GEF resources with country platforms, private sector engagement, and industrial transformation pathways, we can deliver true impact at scale. Let me conclude here with one key message. The next generation of environmental action must be integrated, investment-oriented, and grounded in the realities of implementation. Through our partnership with the GEF, UNIDO looks forward to supporting countries in turning policy coherence into action, and action into lasting benefit for people, economies, and the planet. I thank you.
Thank you, UNIDO. I now give the floor to IUCN. IUCN, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Before I start, allow me to thank the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the GEF for this successful assembly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, we gather at a decisive moment for people and planet. Around the world, countries are calling for support to turn global environmental commitments into real action, to protect biodiversity, strengthen climate resilience, restore degraded lands, and safeguard the oceans and freshwater systems that sustain our life. The urgency has never been greater, but we have the ability to deliver transformative change at a speed and scale required. The GEF partnership remains one of the strongest expressions of collective action, showing that investing in nature is investing in stability, resilience, and prosperity. IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is proud to contribute science, policy expertise, and field experience to this partnership. From the Red List of Threatened Species, the Green List of Protected and Conserved Areas, and the Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions, to our work with indigenous peoples and local communities, and our global network of 1,600 members and 19,000 experts. IUCN is ready to support countries around the world. Because despite the scale of the challenges, we have powerful reasons for hope. For example, in the GEF Restoration Initiative, communities across 10 countries have brought over 2 million hectares of degraded land under improved management. Forests are returning, water flows are stabilizing, and livelihoods are strengthening. We see the same hope in species conservation through GEF support to the Integrated Tiger Habitat Conservation Program that has improved across more than 4 million hectares of tiger habitat, contributing to population increases in several landscapes. Tens of thousands of households have gained safer livelihoods, reducing pressure on forests and easing human-wildlife conflict. These examples and many others show that when the right policies and partnerships are in place, people prosper and nature rebounds. As we look forward to GEF-9, countries are clear about what they need: integrated action across climate, biodiversity, lands and oceans, a stronger support for the people who steward nature, and finance at scale that unlocks public and private capital while ensuring environmental integrity.
Excellencies, IUCN stands ready to deepen our collaboration with the GEF partnership to help countries deliver real, durable outcomes for people and nature. Let us use this assembly to reaffirm our shared purpose: a stable climate, thriving biodiversity, healthy lands and oceans, and a safer, more equitable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, IUCN. I now give the floor to Board. Board, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur pour la Banque ouest-africaine de développement de prendre la parole devant cette 8e Assemblée du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial. Nous nous réunissons à un moment charnière où l'accélération de l'action environnementale en lien avec les processus de développement n'est plus une option, mais un impératif de survie pour nos États. Je voudrais, au nom du président de la Banque ouest-africaine de développement, M. Serge Ekoué, exprimer mes plus vives félicitations au gouvernement de l'Ouzbékistan, au secrétariat du FEM, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des partenaires pour l'excellente qualité d'organisation de cette Assemblée et pour leur engagement constant en faveur de la coopération multilatérale environnementale. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, institution commune de financement du développement des 8 États membres de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine, la BOAD joue un rôle crucial d'interface stratégique entre les priorités nationales de ses États membres, les partenaires techniques et financiers et les grands mécanismes internationaux de financement du climat. Notre ancrage régional et institutionnel nous permet d'agir à la fois comme un catalyseur d'investissement durable dans une région confrontée à des défis complexes. Vulnérabilité climatique, dégradation des terres, insécurité alimentaire, urbanisation rapide, érosion côtière, perte de biodiversité et montée des fragilités, particulièrement dans les États du Sahel. Cette proximité avec les réalités du terrain constitue un avantage stratégique majeur. Elle nous permet d'identifier des projets à fort impact, d'accompagner leur maturation et d'assurer une mise en œuvre adaptée aux réalités de nos États membres. Faisant de la BOAD une plateforme régionale de confiance pour rapprocher les ressources internationales des territoires et des communautés les plus vulnérables en Afrique de l'Ouest. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, pour nos États membres, à savoir le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, la Côte d'Ivoire, la Guinée-Bissau, le Mali, le Niger, le Sénégal et le Togo, le changement climatique n'est plus une vision du futur, mais une réalité quotidienne et un risque de transition. C'est dans ce contexte que la BOAD a fait du climat la porte d'entrée stratégique de la modélisation du développement de ces États. Conformément à son nouveau plan stratégique, Joliba la suite 2026-2030. L'un des principaux défis reste la transformation rapide des idées de projets en investissements exécutables et conformes aux exigences des bailleurs internationaux. Pour y répondre, la BOAD souhaite mettre le Fonds d'études climat créé en septembre 2023 par le Conseil des ministres de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine à la disposition du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial comme un véhicule financier subsidiaire de maturation des notes conceptuelles et des pipelines de projets en Afrique de l'Ouest. Grâce à ses capacités techniques, d'origination, de structuration, le Fonds d'études climat permettrait de réduire significativement les délais d'identification des besoins et la mobilisation effective des financements, tout en garantissant la bancabilité des projets soumis aux standards environnementaux et fiduciaires du FEM. Au-delà de la préparation technique, le Fonds d'études climat de la BOAD assure une coordination régionale indispensable pour traiter des enjeux qui, par nature, transcendent les frontières nationales. Parallèlement, la BOAD déploie une approche programmatique innovante, spécifique à la lutte contre les changements climatiques à travers les programmes d'investissement climat des pays de l'UEMOA. Ces cadres intégrés de planification, de transformation à grande échelle dans les secteurs clés comme les infrastructures, l'agriculture résiliente, les énergies renouvelables et la gestion de l'eau sont des outils de financement des CDN. Mesdames et messieurs, notre expérience en Afrique de l'Ouest démontre qu'une approche intégrée est indispensable. Dans le Sahel et les zones côtières ouest-africaines, les enjeux environnementaux sont indissociables des défis économiques, sociaux et sécuritaires. Investir dans les infrastructures résilientes, la gestion durable des terres, les transports propres, les énergies renouvelables et la réduction des risques de catastrophes, c'est investir pour la paix, la stabilité et la sécurité humaine de notre zone. À l'approche du FEM 9, la BOAD recommande au secrétariat et fait un appel pour qu'on ait un accès accru au financement climatique pour les régions vulnérables et fragiles d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Qu'une réforme de soutien à la préparation et à l'origination des projets avant la phase note conceptuelle soit intégrée au processus ou d'instruction des projets du FEM. Une meilleure articulation entre les mécanismes de financement climat, biodiversité et pollution. Un appui renforcé aux banques sous-régionales de développement comme la BOAD en tant que plateforme de mise en œuvre proche des réalités de ses États membres. Des instruments financiers plus flexibles et transformateurs capables de mobiliser davantage de capitaux privés. Enfin, la BOAD demeure pleinement engagée aux côtés de ses États membres et du secrétariat pour accélérer la mise en œuvre de l'agenda climatique ambitieux et générer des bénéfices environnementaux mondiaux concrets au profit des générations futures. Le dernier sprint vers 2030 exige une action collective, solidaire, en s'appuyant sur des institutions sous-régionales subsidiaires qui connaissent leur terroir. La BOAD continuera d'agir comme une plateforme régionale de confiance pour mobiliser et être un partenaire clé du FEM pour assurer la mise en œuvre des projets et surtout l'identification de projets au service de nos États membres. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you, Board. I will now give the floor to EBRD. EBRD, you have the floor.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, dear partners, good afternoon. It is a privilege to join you in beautiful Samarkand at this pivotal moment for the global environmental agenda. The EBRD is proud of its long-standing partnership with the GEF. Our partnership began over 20 years ago with the first project that focused on reducing industrial and municipal water pollution in the Danube Basin. Since then, our partnership has expanded significantly in scope and impact. Together, we implemented projects across multiple areas, ranging from supporting energy-efficient and low-carbon technologies, improving resource efficiency, strengthening climate resilience. Together, we have demonstrated how concessional finance, technical assistance, and policy reform can drive systemic change towards greener, more sustainable, and resilient economies. Our partnership with the GEF has consistently delivered strong results and lasting impacts, mobilizing, in some cases, $9 of co-financing for every $1 of GEF support. And if there is one thing that this partnership has shown us, is that when we align ambition and action and public resources with private capital, we can move markets and we can transform systems. The EBRD missions to build green, competitive, resilient economies, market-based economies, is firmly aligned with the objectives of the GEF. Through a distinctive model that combines policy dialogue, technical assistance, and investments, we take a system-wide approach to deliver measurable impacts to address climate change and environmental degradation. This year, with the approval of the EBRD new green economy transition strategy, we are stepping up our ambition. We have clear commitments to mobilize at least €150 billion in green finance by 2030, to ensure that at least half of our investments are green, to significantly strengthen climate resilience across our portfolio, and crucially to mainstream nature across our operations. But perhaps most importantly, this strategy is about transforming entire systems in our countries of operation: energy, industry, agri-food, transport, cities, finance. Because we know that lasting change does not happen one project at a time. It happens when markets shift and systems evolve. And we look ahead to the next phase of the GEF. We have a clear responsibility to use every GEF dollar effectively, to deepen collaboration with the private sector, and to support solutions that are systemic, not fragmented. EBRD is excited to work with the GEF during its GEF 9 replenishment period and contribute to deliver on its objectives. Let us leave Samarkand not only with renewed ambition, but with a shared commitment to deliver real, measurable transformation. We have the partnership, we have the tools, we have the strategies. Now the task before us is clear: to move faster and go further. EBRD is ready to take this task forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EBRD. I now give the floor to Minamata Convention on Migratory. You have the floor.
Good day, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for your warm hospitality at this assembly in the historic city of Samarkand, and to the GEF Secretariat and the Council and the agencies for your dedicated work in bringing us together here. I wish in particular to welcome the successful conclusion of the 9 replenishment of the Global Environmental Facility in the demanding global financial environment. This outcome does reflect the continued commitment of donors, the shared resolve of our partnership to support countries in meeting the environmental obligations. So on behalf of the Minamata Convention on Mercury and its parties, I extend my gratitude to all who made it possible.
The period ahead is a decisive one for our convention. Many of the obligations that parties have undertaken fall due between now and 2030 and 2034. This includes the phasing out of certain mercury-added products, among them dental amalgam, continued action on toxic mercury in cosmetics, and measures addressing manufacturing processes, the artisanal and small-scale gold mining, mercury supply and trade, mercury emissions, and the environmentally sound management of waste. And to ensure timely implementation, the mercury allocation must be programmed at the earliest possible stage in GEF 9. We also welcome the growing emphasis on integration, the new guidance for incorporating chemicals and waste and into focal area projects and integrated programs offer us a valuable opportunity to deliver co-benefits across biodiversity, climate, land, and human health, while keeping the well-being of people at the center of our work. We remain mindful, too, of the importance of partnerships with indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth, and of the tailored support for small island developing states and least developed countries. The Convention's financial mechanism, comprising the GEF and the specific international program, continues to serve parties well. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 2027, the Minamata Convention will mark the 10th anniversary and an occasion to reflect on what has been achieved together and to renew our shared ambition, and to do so together with GEF. In closing, let me say the path towards a planet free of harmful mercury pollution is one we walk together. I thank the GEF for your enduring support and look forward to our continued cooperation in the years to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Minamata, Convention on Mercury. Now I give the floor to the Convention on Wetlands for your statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, happy World Environment Day. It's an absolute honor to be here at the GEF Assembly. And really, on behalf of the Wetlands Convention as the Secretary General, I'm delighted to be at a time and this momentous occasion really to gather at such an increasingly important moment for the environment in the world. I want to put the issue of wetlands into numbers. But before I do that, I just want to say that the GEF remains the largest multilateral environmental agreement, and frankly, its role has never been more important. The latest evidence highlights that the scale of the challenge is huge. Nature-negative finance flows, as we know, remain approximately 30 times larger than investments in nature-based solutions. At the same time, the global nature finance gap is estimated at $351 billion per year, and including another $181 billion for ecosystem restoration would be needed, and another $100 billion for sustainable land management, and $68 billion for biodiversity protection. These figures demonstrate that we need both more investment in nature and more strategic investment. And just listening to the countries and many of the conversations in here, we realize that this investment is absolutely necessary. And this is where wetlands matter. As the drivers of the hydrological cycle, wetlands are among us the most diverse, important ecosystems, rivers, lakes, seas, connecting coastlines and nature to people. They store carbon, regulate water, and also strengthen our resilience and sustain livelihoods. For millions of communities, wetlands are not just an abstract ecosystem. They are the sources for food, for water, for livelihoods, culture, and security. And this has been mentioned by many other countries. So it's important to say that no single investment in wetlands can simultaneously generate all the different benefits. We need multiple investments. In many ways, wetlands represent exactly the kind of integrated solution the GEF 9 is seeking to advance, and that is very exciting for us. That's why the Convention on Wetlands welcomes the direction of the GEF-9, particularly its emphasis in integrated programming, nature-positive development, and stronger coherence across biodiversity, climate, water, land, and pollution agendas. We welcome these approaches because it's important, ecological connectivity across landscapes, flyways. It's good to see that there's also been funding for flyways, river basins, and seascapes, because nature cannot work in silos. Nature connects ecosystems beyond borders. Flyways connect countries and continents. Wetlands connect people, economies, and nature itself. Our financing approaches must reflect this reality. Since its inception, the GEF has provided already about $1.8 billion in financing for wetlands-related projects, leveraging over $7.4 billion in co-financing and supporting approximately 400 projects in more than 100 countries. These investments are not only about wetlands. They are supporting communities, resilience, and sustainable development. Therefore, the Convention on Wetlands really stands ready to support contracting parties, GEF agencies, and partners through scientific, technical, and policy guidance, as well as through dedicated support to parties seeking access to the international financing mechanism. Excellencies, as I draw to a conclusion, no single convention, ministry, institution, or financing mechanism can address today's environmental challenges alone. But together, through partnership, collaboration, integrated action, and strategic investment, we have an opportunity to accelerate transformative change. The Convention on Wetlands looks forward to continuing this collaboration under GEF-9 so that we can build more resilient and water-secure, nature-positive future for people and planet. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. I now give the floor to BRS. BRS, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Council members, partners and friends, happy Environment Day. I would like to express my thanks to the people and government of Uzbekistan for the excellent arrangements for this GEF assembly and for making sure that we not only sit in this room but also enjoy beautiful Samarkand. Let me begin with what this assembly has just confirmed. The GEF-9 replenishment of US $3.9 billion endorsed by 186 participant countries gathered here in Samarkand is not only a financing decision, it's also a political statement. At a moment when multilateralism is under real and visible pressure, 186 governments have come to Uzbekistan and said, we believe in this institution. We believe in collective action for the global environment, and we are prepared to join and fund it. That deserves to be celebrated. And every contributing government deserves our sincere and unreserved gratitude. And as you all know, the Stockholm Convention is served by the GEF. So my congratulations also goes to all the parties to the Stockholm Convention and also the other conventions that are supported through the GEF. Indeed, the GEF has a track record spanning 3 decades. It has the governance, the country relationships, technical architecture to deliver across climate, biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, and the chemicals and waste sector simultaneously. The answer to the access challenges developing countries rightly, as they rightly raise, is not to build parallel structures outside of it. It is to make the GEF faster, simpler, more accessible, and more country-driven. We should be investing in strengthening this institution. The defining ambition of GEF-9 in our reading is genuine integration. The Chemicals and Waste team at the GEF Secretariat has done something quietly consequential. They've developed this 7-step guidance, a practical methodology that engages with program designers to build projects across country issues rather than focal area silos, and embedding biodiversity, climate, land degradation, and chemicals and waste targets in the same investment from the start. Colleagues, this is the way forward. Biodiversity, climate, and land degradation targets are already embedded in the BRS-aligned GEF 9 pipeline. And we will continue to work towards embedding chemicals and waste targets in biodiversity-led, climate-led, and land degradation-led integrated programs with the same rigor. The 2028 deadline for PCB elimination under the Stockholm Convention is upon us, and the financing gap runs to US $5.6 billion. To address this gap, we have developed an architecture which is designed and gaining wider support from our partners, and is pairing GEF grant funding with private and sovereign capital for transformer replacement in electricity grid modernization. The same architecture can be designed to and replicated across many of the other persistent organic pollutants. On the issue of plastics, negotiations are currently picking up speed, and the GEF, in my view, is a natural landing zone for this financial mechanism conversation. But the plastics instrument that arrives without a clear connection to the Basel Convention will be missing something very important. In closing, the BRS Secretariat stands ready to work with this Assembly, with the GEF Secretariat, and with every partner to make room for the GEF to deliver, not only on pollution, but on integration across all the focal areas, and on partnerships of the capital of achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your statement. Our last statement for today will be Belize, and I will give the floor to Belize.
Good afternoon. Since I have the pleasure of being the last speaker in front of you today, I would like to start by saying we spent this entire week talking about efficiency, sustainability, and the wise use of resources. In that spirit, I'll conserve the one resource we all have the least of right now, your attention. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of Belize, I extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for its warm hospitality and the excellent arrangements made for the 8th Assembly of the Global Environment Facility. We also extend our gratitude to the GEF Secretariat, its agencies, and partners for their steadfast commitment to advancing environmental action. Belize is honored to join fellow member countries in reflecting our collective achievements and shaping the future of environmental financing at a time when the world faces unprecedented challenges from the triple planetary crisis. Belize is a small country with a globally significant environmental footprint. Our nation safeguards a substantial portion of the Mesoamerican reef, the largest barrier reef system in the Western Hemisphere, a critical ecosystem that supports vast biodiversity resources, provides food security, supports livelihood and climate resilience for not only Belizeans, but for millions of people across the region. As one speaker so eloquently described during yesterday's opening ceremony, environmental issues transcend borders, and so do solutions. Through our partnership with the GEF, Belize continues to demonstrate that small states can deliver environmental benefits far beyond borders. Belize was among the first countries in the world to successfully complete a large-scale marine depth conversion to conservation mechanism, the Belize Blue Bonds for Ocean Conservation. This innovative financing mechanism is helping to fund marine conservation while reducing national debt, offering a model that other countries are now studying and adapting. For more than 3 decades, the Global Environment Facility has been a trusted and transformative partner in Belize's sustainable development journey. Through more than 30 projects and enabling activities, the GEF has supported Belize in generating significant global environmental benefits while strengthening national capacities, institutions, and policy frameworks. GEF investments have enabled Belize to expand and strengthen protected areas management, conserve critical terrestrial and marine biodiversity, promote sustainable forest management, enhance climate resilience, support integrated land and water management, address persistent environmental threats, and empower communities to become active stewards of their natural resources. These investments have contributed not only to national development objectives, but also to the achievement of the global environmental goals. Belize is particularly encouraged by the evolving programmatic direction of the GEF, which increasingly recognizes the interconnected nature of environmental challenges and the need for integrated systems-based solutions. This approach aligns closely with Belize's national priorities elaborated in our Plan Belize 2.0 medium-term development strategy and nationally determined contributions, or NDC 3.0. As we look towards the future, Belize is prioritizing integrated water resource management, biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, ecosystem restoration, and sustainable livelihoods. We see significant opportunities to advance these priorities through GEF's integrated programming approach, particularly by leveraging nature-based solutions that simultaneously address climate adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development objectives. We are also pleased to see that GEF's continued emphasis on supporting implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, promoting ecosystem restoration, strengthening resilience, mobilizing private sector engagement, and empowering indigenous peoples and local communities. These priorities resonate strongly with Belize's vision for sustainable and inclusive development. Belize recently celebrated an important milestone with the approval of its first project under the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. This investment represents a significant opportunity to accelerate national biodiversity actions while contributing to the global ambition of halting and reversing biodiversity loss. We look forward to working closely with the GEF partnership to ensure successful implementation and measurable results. As discussions advance on the future direction of GEF 9, Belize encourages continued support for country-driven programming, enhanced access to resources for small island developing states, greater flexibility in project design and implementation, and sustained investment in integrated approaches that deliver measurable results. We believe that the challenges before us require a combination of approaches, including stronger partnerships, regional approaches, innovative and dedicated financing, continued knowledge sharing, whole of government, and a commitment to ensuring that environmental investments reach communities and landscapes where they can have the greatest impact. Belize comes to this assembly with a simple but powerful message. When countries are empowered with trust, partnership, and resources, they can achieve extraordinary results for people and planet. As a small island developing state, Belize occupies but a small place on this map. But the ecosystems we protect and the environmental benefits we generate are of global significance. From our forests and freshwater ecosystems to the Mesoamerican reef, we recognize that the stewardship of nature is both a national responsibility and a global commitment. Our experience demonstrates that environmental protection and economic development are not competing priorities, but rather mutually reinforcing investments in a more secure, resilient, and prosperous future. Mr. Chair, the environmental challenges confronting our world are complex, but they are not insurmountable. The successes achieved through the GEF partnership demonstrate what is possible when countries, communities, institutions, and development partners work together toward a common purpose. As we look ahead to GEF 9 and beyond, Belize remains committed to working with the Global Environment Facility and all partners to address the interconnected environmental challenges. We encourage developed countries to continue to support the GEF by increasing pledges. Let us leave this assembly and the beautiful historic city of Samarkand inspired by our collective capacities to create lasting positive change. With that, I thank you.
I now close the Head of Delegation session with deep gratitude to all our speakers for delivering their speeches. The plenary will reconvene at 2:30 p.m. today for high-level plenary session under agenda item 12. I will now give the floor to my colleague for further announcement.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So just thank you for joining us in this Head of Delegations statements. We heard 95 statements both yesterday and today, and allow me also to thank our Vice Chairman Talia for diligently helping us through this morning and keeping us in time. He already mentioned we will reconvene at 2:30 for the high-level plenary session to then continue with the report on credentials and participants, followed by the presentations of the chair summary, closing of the assembly, and then everyone will be invited to join a very nice reception to conclude these very fruitful days. So with that, I thank you, and we will reconvene back in plenary at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch.